Alright, here we go. And live we are. In Australia's old seat of power. Do you like those words of... Well, I had to articulate it in some way, didn't I? I had to give it a sense of importance. Although it is an important place, here we are. In the seat of power, or old power here, across the bay, or across the harbour, is Kirribilli House, where the Prime Minister's residence, this slop of a Prime Minister's residence is. But it is the prime real estate of the Botanical Gardens in Sydney, right outside the Opera House, where we are today. Today we're talking about the Beatitudes, Steiner's redemption of thinking, and more as we traverse our way around the harbour, and then we're ending up in Manly. Got to take the ferry to Manly after that, and beyond. It should be coming through to you in much clearer HD as well, at a high data rate. But isn't it incredible out here? Just incredible. Hope you enjoy as we go around. And so, here at the Botanical Gardens is the seat of the Governor General. I'm not going to talk too much about the history of the joint, but we are going to talk about it somewhat. Of course, in this country, what it means, as has happened in the history before, is that this governor, well, it can sack a prime minister, but originally in the colony, it meant, well, it was proper executive authority, and many great military men were sent here. Some failed, like Bligh. If you've seen the film about the Bounty, he was also a governor and had his seat here, although not in this government house, which is just here, friends. But his seat was here in Sydney. And so after the Bounty episode, where he just escapes with his life on a rowboat, he actually gets assigned as the governor, the great captain. And he was also chased out of here as well. He was a very righteous man. And we're talking about righteousness today. He was a righteous man. And so didn't take as much concern with the practical and pragmatic affairs of the politics of where he was. And so what happened was the already established power base of the New South Wales Corps, which are redcoats essentially, Americans who are watching, and the established military didn't take kindly to his cracking down and his righteousness on their illegal trade and their smuggling. And so they overthrew his power and sent him on a boat, and he went to another colony in Tasmania, and then essentially had to go back to Britain and defend himself for what happened and try to go out. Because, you know, in the Bounty episode, he actually goes after with the British Navy. He's successful, and the British Navy sends people to go and attack the people who were mutinous. But this time, in the colony, not so lucky. Not so lucky. And so after that, a Scot had more success. And when we say Scot, we mean, I'm pretty sure Macquarie was an aristocratic Scot, which basically means he's been Englishified. He doesn't speak incredible. He doesn't speak like that. Let's just say he's a Scottish toff, probably. More than likely was Macquarie. And this guy knew what he was doing. This guy brought in executive authority, started building great things like, and we can't see much of it here today, but what we're going to do is we're going to transverse around this botanical gardens everywhere area. We're going to walk into the seat of power now, where the Parliament is and the old Victorian buildings, and then we're going to make our way back here to read our Rudolf Steiner book. So we're going to go in a big circle to the cathedral as well. I don't think I'll go in and pray while the stream's on. It's a bit tacky, I think, to go inside the church itself live, it being a cathedral and an active one. But nevertheless, we'll go past and see the outside. Maybe we can walk. We'll just walk through. We won't stay long. Let's do that. And so, here we are, in the incredible, thriving seat of the Southern Hemisphere, really, is Australia and Sydney. In fact, it was said by Charles Darwin that this country would be the seat of power in the whole Southern Hemisphere one day. And in many ways, he even felt it would be larger than because it was such an unused land, that it would turn into an even more powerful than many nations in the north and in Europe. That was his intonation with what he was talking about with that. Because he visited Darwin, he made a long trip doing his various studies across this country and into the interior. So he had a good sense of the resources that were available to people. But that's not going to happen. So he was wrong in many ways, because we see, of course, this country is going to fall apart at the seams with what they're doing with mass immigration. We're not going to go into that today, but that's not going to work. His predictions were based on a Christian society, on one with a strong ethnos, with a understanding of what it was fundamentally, and holding to deeper principles than a propositional nation, as we see characterized so often in America. No one really characterized this place like that, really. It was always more the connection to the native home of England, until it then just became a federation and constitutionalized. I think very much that's just influence from America, though. It all starts with that revolution, in a way, in a big continuation of the Enlightenment. They are golden calves. And unfortunately, this place has now become a continued golden calf, in many ways spawned in England. Golden calves, and as we know, on the subject of righteousness, I'll just check the stream, make sure everything's working. Sure it is. Give me a moment, friends. Yeah, it looks like we're all coming through there. Great news. Great news. Skip. Sorry, everyone. It's a bit boring. Okay. The present King of France. Hello, Mr. Mannion. Hello, friend. David Walker, thumbs up. Present King of France. How are you, sir? I'm well. Anglicised Scot like Tony Blair. Yeah, pretty much. He's referring to talking about Macquarie. Do you think Australia is doomed? I'm more optimistic in the very long term. Probably in the very long term, it might be okay. It just depends. I am completely white-pilled on the miraculous. I'm white-pilled on the mystical return to the Lord and following his divine will to solve everything. I'm black-pilled completely on the Wilsemacht political process. I think that will fail because of the mechanized state. But through the miracle, through following the divine will, well, so much can happen. So much can happen so very quickly. And so that's why we're all, it's higher than just in one ethnic place or the West. But they've got to remember, this is the seat of Christianity. Europe was very much prepared to accept and bring Christ to the world. It was. You saw this in the mythos. You saw this with Siegfried in the Germanic mythos, having a leaf on his back. You saw this in this mood that they're former initiates of the atavistic clairvoyance. This, again, this is not proper eternal stuff, but they knew there was a mood that the twilight of the gods was here, and that it would be someone would come after, perhaps this silent character. And so you see, out of all places, this was the one that was really prepared to have Christ come. And they all knew that. And Steiner talks about this too, very well characterized. I'm preparing a lecture about this now to show how they are authentically preparations. And you see this. And like I mentioned in the Siegfried story, you see it in this invulnerability. He doesn't have an invulnerability on his back. That's where he's weak. And it's of course, what goes on the back? What goes on the back is the cross, and the cross that's to come. And so righteousness. Bligh, the governor, probably had an overactive sense of righteousness, did Bligh. And the seeking of righteousness in the world, it can't be achieved there, friends. It can only be achieved through following divine will. Liberalism, mustache manism, even Italian dictatorism. Really, of course, what we want is a theocratic Christian monarchy back. But those modernistic things cannot get us to a sense of righteousness in life. They can't achieve it. They all fail. Liberalism has failed. Totalitarian, as we know, in other ways. And so what is this righteousness? Blessed are those who thirst after righteousness. What is being talked about there? Well, what's being talked about is the body thirsts after water and hungers after food. For the fire, to keep the fire running, but also to quench something that is overreactive, right, with the water. Just like the body, so too the soul. And that it thirsts for righteousness, it thirsts for a justice in the world, from wrongs that are done to it, but also it thirsts after sense impression, thirsts after this, and when that does not satisfy the other current, which is of yearning, then a state of unrighteousness reigns. Plato talks about the sophrosyne, which is of the head, wisdom. Talks about of the legs, which is prudence. I can't remember the Platonistic word for righteousness. It's diakonosun or something like that. Diakonosun or something. And the other one, which is courage. Courage. So what is this? Head, a balance in the head, in the heart, and in the limbs leads to this righteousness. In the will, in the feeling, and in thought leads to righteousness. How is that done? Well, what is this about? It's about seeking first in the head, wisdom. Well, let's talk about what does that split off into? Three different, again, these are analysis, right? Life is a continuity. It's not a, so think about them like existentials. Oh, here's some old buildings. Here and here. Here are some old buildings. Capitol Conservatorium of Music over here. And so we have a feeling soul, or what's been called sometimes a sentient soul, which is what allows you to have the sense impressions that you do of reality, of the world. Feeling soul, heart soul. This developed first really with the Greeks, and it matches up with this courage we're talking about too, right? And so you have that. You also have a intellectual soul, a rational soul, which developed later too in France, fully. This part of soul judges. Now the first one might be compared to Heidegger's care, which is an existential in his model. His care, well, what is that? It's the value hierarchy of how you engage with the world. The sentient soul is pretty much equivalent to that. It's the sum total of the moral relation of the soul to the world. The moral state too. It's is it in harmony or is it not in harmony? If it's not in harmony with these three things we were talking about earlier, if it's not in harmony, then it's in a state of unrighteousness, and it hungers after it. And we're in this state of modernity, of course, and it can't be solved by what we do in modernity. It can't be solved by it can't be solved by liberalism. It can't be solved by economic conditions. It can be solved by one thing, friends. As I'm sure you're thinking we'll get to. One person it can be solved by. And so, this condition there is also another part of soul, which is, you could call it the consciousness soul, which we developed and primarily developed highly in England, and now everyone has it in modernity. That's connected to the limbs and the will. And so all these things, and is connected to prudence, is connected to Plato's prudence. And so when Plato's talking about these things, he's talking about to achieve harmony, sophrison in the will, which is a natural feeling for, maybe we'll go back in the park a little bit, a natural feeling for what to do that's right, an impulsion from within. For that to happen, you have to harmonize through wisdom, right? But that wisdom of the head, which is compared to the judgment of the intellectual soul, but that wisdom, here are some Greek gods. Poseidon looks like there. With that wisdom, it only includes the past and the present. It's about the harmonization for right judgment through that. That only really is still this eye for an eye. It's still based on either an atonement or a revenge. Atonement or a revenge. Education, capital. See, people cared about things a bit more, didn't they? Patriotism. But they barely understood these things, even the moderns. This is probably like, Victorian times. They were thoroughly modern, the people that came to this country. They were believers, but still, really, definitely in the height of this consciousness soul, this, which we are in now. They were, anyway. And so the harmony that comes through what Plato is talking about, through wisdom, and the sophism develops, it's all based on that. It's based on harmonizing yourself with the world. That's what the Greek was very concerned with that. And of course, Christ wasn't there, but what's added to that and added to that justice is the future, is Christ as a being. And so if we first talk about or refer to, in a way, just talking about justice, what enters the equation with Christ, and this isn't about any type of empathy or toxic empathy that we experience now with, unfortunately, especially from the fairer sex, this toxic empathy. It's not about the feels, it's not about being nice to people. It's mercy enters the equation. What is that? It's not being nice to people. It only comes into effect through a Christian who comes into closer union with Christ, and thereby his access to actual divine objective conscience, which means the future, his access to Christ, who knows the essential possibility and potential of every person from the inside. We only know the past and present from the Platonic perspective. We only know the outside of the past and present of what the person did in reality. Christ knows the inside, and he's also the future. He knows all possibility. And so people in closer union with him can then make a judgment of futural mercy on someone. And so really, a true judge then judges justly when he has a contact with someone, Christ, who knows the essence of things and the future of things. Do you see how that's different from toxic empathy, just being nice to someone, or just roughly predicting what someone's future could be? So a judge should be someone who's devout and connected with this. And we can trust to actually make a conscience with Christ judgment on someone with mercy. Not just episteme, not just a doxa, dianoia, and episteme, not a examination of the evidence and intuition of the past and present, not just that, but also a contact with future conscience, which is what we are desperately in need of now, contact with divine will. That's not toxic empathy, my friends. That can also be rough. We've seen sanction in things like the Crusades, right? When you're dealing with the future and what could be, sometimes that sort of thing is justified, but you're not to justify it. We're not to justify it from the perspective of the empirical self. No, he is the only one that can ultimately justify that sort of thing. And so, how does this apply then to us? How do those three parts of soul become transformed into? And how nice is this, hey, friends? Don't say I don't take you anywhere. How do we transform that? Well, of course, it's through initiation, through the traditions, purification, illumination, union, through the Jesus prayer. Very basically, it's concentration without effort in prayer. It all comes back to that, to the Jesus prayer, to the Lord's prayer. Transforms everything collaboratively through him. But beyond that, we talk about the conditions of these things. It first begins with the conversion of the sentient soul, the feeling soul. What is that? It's Christ entering the feeling soul, converting what you value ultimately, totally. When that happens, when he and his forces and his impulsions enter the feeling soul, you're coming into closer union with him. It first begins with the ground of the individual in a way you barely notice at the depths of the psyche. Then the psychological unconscious, the psychological body, or then the vital body. He enters these different parts of your being in the mystic process. It starts with the ground union, which is spoken of symbolically in the miracle of the wedding at Cana. The wedding, what is that? It's a union, friends. It's a union. Oh, here's the Parliament building, friends. Not much sophism here. Not much zero righteousness here. Zero providence here. Death and Satan, satanic technical diversions and ridiculous pseudo-matriarchs and what are they? The Longhouse. We need a Governor Macquarie back. We need an authority, single authority, connected with God, in deep communion with monastics and mystics, let's say. If he can't be guided himself, he can be guided by monastics. Go collect a group of the most deepest monastics at Athos and bring them back as your counsel and guide. That's what a true monarch should do. And here we are, this is a hospital, we might as well go have a look inside, right? Hopefully the signal still stays. And so converting it begins, like I said, with the feeling soul. And then it enters what does it mean for it to enter the rational, or him to enter the, oh wow, it's nice, isn't it? Rational soul. It means, well, it's a hospital, isn't it? It means a healing. It means for the conversion of thinking to enter the rational part of the soul. Christ thinking, what is that? Well, it's part of this judgment. He's entered your feeling through all the practices, converted that part of you. Eventually, someone who has their value hierarchy converted and Christianized and become Christ in that part of their being, if your value hierarchy is completely converted, and I mean this as it's a spiritual part of your being, a part of your soul, if that's converted, what does that mean? It means that your judgments are related to that. Your judgments are related to that part of you, aren't they? Because it's what you value. A judgment is this good or bad? What you value, isn't it? So if you converted your whole feeling soul to Christ through the tradition, and that's where it begins, you start to judge things justly, according to the truth. Judge things justly, not about your limited personal experience and limited logical understanding, but because a spiritual being has entered a lower part of your being, the spiritual being, your judgments then become according to objective reality and the truth, and also, the truth, but also the future. The future is included. So can you see how that's connected? That your value hierarchy, what you care about, ultimately, it's a part of your soul being, has fundamentally changed. Therefore, what you start to judge things also changes, and then through the judgment, through that judgment, then your prudence changes. The way the next thing to be affected is the will, and how reality even starts, presences to you. It's the consciousness soul, right? It's the will body. The legs, the part of the soul that's of the limbs. But that part of the soul actually makes modernity presence as it does currently. And so judgments change. Judgments change. But what does it mean? Your thinking changes. Your moral logic determines or you understand moral logic, and people say, oh, this isn't clear thinking. No. You don't understand. To say that these things aren't the height of conceptualization, the height of, well, it's actually from the idea to the ideal. To say that this isn't absolutely clear, or clearer than any concept or abstraction can be, I get why, because you think, oh, warm means soft. No. It doesn't. A true primordial concept, an objective one, has re-established its original luster. Luster is connected to the word lust. It's called a bright life of the true revelation of God, let's say, true gnosis, you could say. And so the way and life is restored to the truth. The truth isn't the truth without the way and life. And so, no, it's higher than any type of abstraction and certainty that can be gleaned from deduction and induction. Higher, friends. Higher than Plato's righteousness, higher than Plato's justice. Because the future has been restored to you. And so that part of your soul is converted. But not only in the Platonic way that you have prudence, but you actually have conscience. And so the righteous, the thinking soul, the intellectual soul that we were talking about, that judges, is transformed into the righteousness soul. Oh, sorry, is that right? Yeah, I think so. The righteousness soul. Or is that the feeling soul is transformed into that? And so the state of being in righteousness is restored to fallen man. Blessed. This is about becoming the blessed, remember. And what else happens? Well, the consciousness soul, which is like the will or limb body, the limb, how being presence is to you is completely transformed. The life is granted back to it and everything. What's that called? It transforms the consciousness soul into the consciousness soul that is obsessed with utility, Wilsamacht, and mining everything out of everything with the least amount of effort with maximal efficiency, is transformed into the conscience soul. Whose conscience is that? It's Christ. These are all Christ entering, right? It's Christ entering. It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. So what we're describing here is becoming into the state of what Paul talks about. Righteousness. And in that state is, well, going through this process, what's achieved? What's achieved? The next beatitude describes that. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall be granted mercy. I think that's, sorry if I'm getting that wrong, but it's connected with the justification that's shown in, it's connected with the, what the Lord says about forgiveness. If you forgive, then you will be forgiven. And so what does that do? Fundamentally, the conversion of the intellectual soul restores social harmony with all the people around you, the way you think, which also governs how you act. See how that then gives you sophrison, prudence in your actions, so restores social harmony with the people around you. And the transformation of the feeling soul restores the harmony of the soul life, inner, right? Harmony, inner harmony begins outer through the thinking or rational or judgment soul converted to Christ, or the feeling soul converted to Christ gives harmony in the soul life. And the soul life, of course, encompasses the whole of the psychological unconscious. which some people like Steiner would call the astral unconscious. And that extends beyond you. It's not just a subjective thing. So these restorations of harmonies, their tentacles, their feelers, their wings go out far beyond you. People change even how they respond to you. They change how they respond to you. Spiritual things are happening, and you notice that in the process. But still, because we seek righteousness, there are others who respond in a negative way. There are others that come after us. There are others. And so, blessed are those who are persecuted for my sake. That persecution is born because people are provoked by demons, and demons know when you've become properly closer to Christ. They know. And they prompt and push those who are, who are subjected to them, to attack you, as we're seeing now with some dark events that have been going on. And so that's what that points to. But the response isn't to, the response is to constantly return to divine will. We have to get back to the state of righteousness. Righteousness is granted above, not on the horizontal. We are to overcome the desire for atonement, or, well, it's simple. We don't. Christ does in us. He overcomes it. The desire for atonement, the desire for revenge and atonement. Those things are in the eternal recurrence. They're in the theories of the Buddhists, in karma and reincarnations of that. That is part of the same cycle of eye for an eye in a different way. But so much higher than that is the new covenant, higher than any theory of, than any reincarnation, which leads to some sort of atonement later in a future life. No, it happens now through, the more we're persecuted, the more, for his sake and the truth, ultimate truth, the more does he open the kingdom of heaven to us. The more do we have the faculties of pre-fall existence restored to us. Of course, with everything else, through prayer. But what is so important, and what one thing that in the process I always, something I strove for, was you've got to be careful not to seek the rewards of heaven. You've got to be careful not to. They will be granted to you, but it's a matter of praying. Pray to, for your will to be his will. Transform and send faith. Pray for faith, pray for love. Pray for charity, pray for faith, hope and charity. And pray for my will that languishes after your will. Lord, allow my will to, which lingers after your will, to come into union with your will. Your will be done. Your kingdom come here on earth. And those things come. You just have to will that first for the first transformation to begin, rather than some sort of reward from heaven. Truth first. It's the proper truth and love first is the proper approach. But blessed are those who are persecuted for my sake. That's happening, friends. It's happening in the J territories. We see churches being attacked over there. Yeah, and certain people over there definitely hate us. We don't hear about it back home, but what they do over there, spitting on us, stuff like that. Not to go into deep into that area. By the way, here's the old. And there's Macquarie, Governor, 1817 on the top of the building. This is a really old part of the colony. That's the barracks, I think. So you can kind of see how what was kind of interesting about Britain is they got to set up, okay, how do we set up a society? Quite amazing. Of course, they not amazing that they tried to make the state higher than the church. Not a good idea. But you can see how they plotted the different things. That was a court of justice originally over here. But then they transformed it into a Church of England. But you can see, okay, you've got the barracks, you've got a big wall around it that protects, it's a castle that protects us from the plebs, where we can then raid certain areas and be protected while we're asleep. We're protected from raids from them. And then you've got on the left side over here, that we walked past already, that's the mint. So it's well protected, right? The mint for currency. And across more, then there's a hospital between them, and then government house. So government house, hospital, mint, barracks. You don't really get such a uniform planning, central planning, like you do when you set up a colony, and you've got a governor who says, I will put this here. Come here, plebeians, come here. Come hither, convicts, and build us a new life. But, as we know, Macquarie was maybe this came from his Scot heritage. But he must have liked the soldiers, because he was a commander in India with wars over there, because he freed the convicts. He brought in the policies that freed them, so, yeah. I don't really go back to that convict stock. I'm sure a lot of people say that, right? I don't go back to that bloody convict stock. Aren't you joking? No. A bit later arrivals. I think maybe somewhere in the line. Rural. But yeah, it's all very beautiful around here. Neo-Gothic style. Well, this is more neoclassical. But that's earlier, this is much earlier. Righteousness, harmony, we see that in the buildings. But isn't in Gothic buildings, there is a tendency not to have, look at this neoclassical, this is sort of neoclassical here, right, isn't it? Regency. There's a kind of earthly attempt at harmony here. And then cross over to neo-Gothic, the better way, in a sense. It points upwards. It all points upwards in its motifs, and isn't that a better way though? No, Providence. Not a harmony and justice of earthly only. Providence, although it's they've done it materially, haven't they? Although I'm sure there were certainly Christians in contact with Providence that came here. It's probably Providence that guided it. But still, definitely certain, I don't want to get sectarian. I'm sure there were. But yes, this tendency to look to the infinite, again, it does sort of it tends to, for the exoteric, put God away, put God somewhere else. But at the same time, it's saying, no. I do like that, pointing at the, let's say, no, divine will guided. White pill on divine will. Get us to divine will. Purify ourselves first before we think we've got the solution to things. You don't have the solution, I don't either. He does though. Suffering is coming. Time to, you've got that time, man. We've got some resources, got some economy. For now, time to withdraw, time to find him. And know for sure, through an epistemic principle, a criterion for truth, that you are determining divine will, not just hearing a voice and going, oh, it must be him. No. Although there are confirmation elements that can come with certain revelatory graces, intrinsic certainty, intrinsic value, a gravity, celestial gravity, let's call it. But, of course, using the epistemic principle to determine divine will. It just speaks to how we are meant to be so much more than we are. We're meant to be so much more transformed than we are, to transform our desires and our will, so we can actually, but what happens through that? You don't just, that's the mistake that the moderns would make, right? Even the early moderns, is there's this thinking that oh, okay, I get this right judgment. And so I just top down with executive control. Oh, this is the right thing to do. Insert procedure of correct, right, good. And then I will be Christian. And then I will be righteous if I enact the correct proposition into action. That's a sort of, Victorian thinking, I suppose. Enacting the propositional mind into action through some, what do you call it? Through a, what are those old cards you put into computers? Dot matrix card, whatever they call it. No. The transformation actually is the mystic contact. And what is, the Bible's full of this. What does Paul say? The unutterable groaning. These are clues to the deep phenomenology of what the experience is to have Christ with you in consciousness. You sacrifice the intellect. You bow the intellect to him, the unconscious, after it's purified. Because there are other things down there, friends. There are other things down there to begin with. You need purification, following the tradition. And the great book, The Way of the Pilgrim, talks about this, how all these conditions mentioned in the Bible, these mysterious conditions of like that condition. It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. Begin to make sense. Begin to make sense. Because you start to actually experience them. But begin to make sense also by consulting the Philokalia, by consulting the church fathers, but also the mystics, the people who established the prayer of the heart, the people who had the condition of the unceasing prayer achieved. What does that mean? As we've talked about before, it's the state of praying as much as possible with concentration, without effort, while you're conscious, and in the unconscious, of course, currents of the will. Establish a praying unceasingly, and also through attending the heart. There's a part of that later, but it establishes a praying unceasingly. Establishing. Because you can pray unceasingly in the unconscious. You can do that. And so I think, yeah, well, maybe, I think we'll walk through. We'll walk through. But I'm going to mount this to my chest as we walk through. It's good to at least be in sacred space. And so, well, what is that? Praying unceasingly. It can only be granted, it's a moral granting. It can only be granted in collaboration. And this is the error, unfortunately, that at least the articulation of Steiner made, because he was granted things, but the way he articulates how one does these things is as if you do it on your own. It's a matter of human will that manifests it, you know. Oh, looks like there's some sort of thing going on today. Naturally, this is an actual in-use church. It's not a museum. Unfortunately, like a lot of, like that cathedral we went to in Newcastle, it's more a museum than it is a living community. Sad. But wings, that's the establishment of wings, friends. One wing being a wing of contemplation, the other being a wing of action. Essentially, well, isn't that what we've been talking about? We've been talking about the establishment of, or the access of the consciousness to conscience. That's what it is. Gnostic wing, it's knowing. And, you know, Gnostic is a bit of a dirty word, but what we're talking about simply is what the Way of the Pilgrim talks about, is that there are things through the Jesus prayer, through the prayer of the heart, that are sent as knowings and a better understanding of the Bible through prayer and asking for it. That's all we mean by gnosis. And so, wings, indeed, friends. Let's have a look at the old chat and see how we're doing here. And then we'll make our way back around and we're going to find a nice place to sit in the park, and then we're going to start our reading for today. All right, let's check out where we are. Rare in use church sightings says, our friend blank name. Can you please change your name so every time I read your chats, like, I can't say who you are. Is the GPS there so we can say hi? You can come say hi if you want, my friend. Stream is good, says present King of France. How can we protect those willing to seek pilgrimages like the knights of old? I see little fraternities of warriors willing to protect our Ark of Faithful. That's an interesting question, man. I see many Coptic Orthodox also lusting after martyrdom. Could this be the will to power and willingness to deify, or is it bodily death for life through Christ always good? I kind of wish there was still virgin land to settle. Rare. Oh wait, sorry, that's someone else. I kind of wish there was still virgin land to settle. Yeah, no, there you go. That's a bit of Faustian man in you. Bit of desire for freedom. But you know what, friends? If you find divine will, the Lord does care what your wish is, right? You are constantly asking for it to be converted to come into alignment with His will. You've got to be praying for that. But He does care He's a person. He does care what the things that you want that are good for you. He wants to give you what is ultimately good for you, though, which is following Him, a return to Him, which is the purpose of life, right? But through disclosure of divine will and then beginning to follow it by sacrificing all the low, by sacrificing, I think the church isn't open today, maybe, or maybe it is. I don't know if I want to. Let me just I'll put you guys here. That'll be all right. You guys here. Oh no, it's not open today. That's all good. Probably for the best. Probably for the best. Might as well go up and touch it though. Blessed Mother. Symbol of gratitude from the Armenian community to St. Mary's Cathedral, commemorating the celebration of Mass, or the Divine Liturgy for the Orthodoxy, for the centenary of the Armenian genocide in 2015, presided by the Most Reverend Anthony Fisher. Yeah. What were we saying? Yeah, it's important to pray for, I often do. Every day I'll pray for those who have died to go and be granted repose in Him. And also praying for everyone once a day, all of humanity, even though you do with the Lord's Prayer anyway. That's really important for the process. So it's not always about you and trying to have spiritual experience, that it's about others before you make your petitions for stuff that's relevant for you. At the same time, after you've prayed for others, because again, this whole process is to participate in His mission, His name, right? So that's part of it. But of course, after that, you should certainly pray for all the things. Like I pray daily for purification, illumination, union. He wants you to pray for that. Pray for the conversion of the will. Pray for faith, hope, charity. Pray for love pray for love for Him. Love of. Because remember, faith is almost like a substance. It's a granting. divine, almost like a divine energy that's granted to you. It's the first thing that happens. It happens in purification. It's granted in purification. If you do your bit on your side through concentration without effort in prayer. And so, what we're saying? Oh wow. Sacred spaces are so important, friends. Put aside from the world. Put aside from Willensmacht. Put aside from economics and the pull. And that's why the free gift is so important. The free gift given freely for nothing. It's not about reward. So such things can be established. And all right, let's go back through the park. I was thinking also about, far out, what were we talking about? There was something important there, I can't remember. It's all good. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But, yeah, pilgrimage. You don't actually have to go anywhere. I recently went on a small one on Sunday last week. And it was very moving. And it was just in a small town. It was in a small rural town. It didn't matter though, it didn't have any particular nice old buildings that we're now looking at. But it did have a small old Catholic church. It did have a small old church. And so it was in that, I didn't really know why we were going there. I was sort of led there by divine will, right? And it was to show that point. And through the depth experience at that church and in prayer there, doing my practice. Of course, I always do the morning, hour and a half, but on top of that, being in that church and praying just on my own. But at their graveyard, praying for all the people there that have passed, praying for their community now, their descendants, all those who've passed and are currently living. And then it became clear, and I also asked if this was why, and confirmed through the depth of the phenomenology that I experienced in the mystic. We've talked about the different phenomenology, I'm not going to specifically talk about it. They're the very intimate mystic things, as described before in the phenomenology lectures that I talk about, the kind of things that one, spiritual touch, the heart. Christ, when I've talked about the union, he makes union with the vital body, the psychological body, but also eventually the physical body. When they're talking about the heart, that's literal, friends. It's both literal and also soul. It's soul and then after soul, deeper, physical. That's one of the mysteries entering your being, literally. I don't want to go into too much detail of that, I'll stop there. Some things are for you some things are important actually, for faith reasons, for you to experience some mysteries. But, yeah, so this small church, it didn't matter, it was about the church, it was about the prayer, it was about visiting and praying for them. Prayer matters, man. Following divine will to pray for them. Because your prayer, the whole point is that not that he does things for us, just does things for us, right? Or else we'd just be his extension. He wants us to freely accept him, and then he intervenes in the world only because of freedom through our active collaboration with him, by praying to him for something, to help. Then he does. He doesn't encroach. And that's the whole prodigal son story is all there, right? And so it's so important. Firstly, to get to the stage where you can disclose divine will. And secondly, that you follow it into many unexpected miracles, but also into doing a service, a small service like that. like praying for you guys. I've actually started to get certain person contacted me the other day saying certain experiences had gone through just certain things popping up, that prayer's definitely helping. I don't want to necessarily go into detail about that, but people that were formerly Evola types are having, like the Iraqis, you know, people are having dreams of Christ because people are praying for them, and that prayer matters. But Evola types, or pagan formerly, or lapsed Christians actually having experiences. And that'll probably accelerate anyway, but mainly through prayer, I think. People, and then, you know, speaking to them, and then confirmed with, well, this person talked about his brother's dream. His brother had no contact with this, and I don't know if actually I should talk about that. I might just leave that as between me and him. Point is, things occurring, friends. And so now more than ever, and like I often say, there are certain things one has to do that, as the Way of the Pilgrim talks about, the Jesus prayer is miraculous. These things, it doesn't take that long. If you can just if you can find your way of slowly increasing the amount of practice up to an hour a day, because as the Lord says, can you not watch with me for an hour? Got to get up, watch with me. Attend watchfulness, right? Watch towards me, watch with me. And there's something in that in terms of the soul condition of watchfulness, is that, you know how we talked about the conversion of the intellectual soul, the judgment and just judgment? Well, the judgments that you have normally in modernity, this voice that appears in your head, it's based on your low care. It's your low value hierarchy based on your prejudices and your character. You don't have conscience. You don't have access to conscience. So it's based on, like I said, you don't actually have objective conscience. You don't actually make a true outside just judgment. We make judgments based on our prejudices, actually. That's okay, everyone does it. It's not saying don't judge, but what we need to do, like we mentioned, is to judge. Again, remember, it's not about toxic empathy. It's not about just saying, oh, I forgive this person, I then welcome this wolf into my home who should be in prison. It's not that. It's about contact with conscience, so the future, because the future will then warn you, here's the future, and say, no. But it's not judging essentially. So someone doing something wrong, he acts like a demon. He isn't a demon, he acts like one and is provoked by them, right? That's how we understand that. Wow, look at this, hey? This is incredibly beautiful. Parkland. And peaceful. But what we were going to say is, as Christ comes from approaches you from the unconscious, let's say, those judgments, the low judgments, are judged by conscience. And so you get a footing with him, and so you can reject those former judgments that include the past and the present, but not the future. And you see, you have a kind of, your footing then becomes in Christ as you begin to, in parallel with the unconscious, where he is, collaborate with him and start to begin to do his will. Once you've discerned how to discern it, and I've got a lecture on that, of course, how to do that. It requires a lot of preparation, of course, but that part of you and that collaboration with outside conscience, with the Lord, to guide you, allows you then to judge from the perspective of the divine, who is he, these other judgments and thoughts that come up, often which are demons. And so you're doing that every morning in the practice, right? And that converts your whole thinking soul into well, Christ thought, really. Christ, and so you see the different parts of the human being, the three, thinking, feeling, and willing, are all slowly converted to him. So it begins with a parallel. Wow, it's beautiful here, isn't it? I don't nearly get up here enough to look at it. Although I'm not that far away, I'm only 40 minutes away, but still. It's also a pain, I suppose, getting in here, traffic and all that. But, what was I saying? Shite. Yeah, thinking, feeling, and willing, all converted to him. It's such a shame though, isn't it, that we didn't continue with the neo-Gothic style, or that we didn't just build bigger ones. They did a bit of that in New York. They did build revivals of neo-Gothic taller buildings. Even some of the Art Deco ones are a bit better, but there are some of those here. It's just a shame that it could have been all gloriously European, but then it just becomes modern, which I suppose you could call is European. Anyway. Right. I might get a drink from this cafe. And then we're going to sit down and do our reading. Oh look, here's a Frisbee. Maybe I should put it in the bin. Take that, juvenile. Juvenile pastime. Anyway. So much is juvenile, isn't it? The more you go towards depth, the things of depth, the more things to become, which is so good. Because it is quite hard. Oh, how do I still watch videos, YouTube videos at night, right? And of course you want to be driven to, it'd be of preference to watch more depth, things of substance than whatever, low entertainments, right? I mean, it's okay to have a bit of a break and watch something innocent. I don't know, like someone playing a game, internet game. It's what I do. I sometimes watch streamers play games. But little by little, what's nice about the process is your care, your value hierarchy, your love becomes more and more alive towards the Lord. And so naturally, you can also pray for that, to have that love there, and that draw is there more and more. Because ultimately we would prefer not to waste our time on trivial things, wouldn't we? But that's nice, because naturally, as the process goes on, you're transformed simply by asking through prayer. And that's the thing he most wants to do for you, is to transform your being and your loving to where it should be, with your voluntary approach though, with your moral development in mind. Yeah, it's not, we don't have the same thing that happens to Paul where we're just shocked and it's achieved, but it certainly, it doesn't take that long. Like I say. All right, I'm gonna get a drink and then I'll check the chats again and we'll find a place to sit down. I'm just put you on my, or I might just hold you lower, like here, while I go inside. Sorry, it'll look might be a bit boring / look a bit, I just don't like putting it in people's faces. This isn't really an interaction. It's not at all. It's not an interaction unless there's friends, unknown friends that we happen to come across. That's different. But it's not one of those interaction programs. I'll get my traditional Coca-Cola, as we do on this stream. So you can see here that it really is the life, in a way, but it also really is the lukewarm distraction. That's the other thing. I might actually be able to get a drink here. A bit too highbrow, maybe. I'll have a look. A bit too highbrow.
Hello, how can I help?
I just wanted to order a Coke. I don't know if that's possible. Do you have cans? Probably don't have cans of Coke here, right?
Cans of Coke?
Yeah.
Do you have a table?
No.
No? Just like takeaway fee? Yeah. Could you please just go to the bar outside?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
Thank you. Can you please go to the bar? Can you please go? I won't continue with that. It's just a joke. Just a joke. Just a joke. Just kidding. I don't even know if they have Coke here. Service, please. Hey, man. How you going? Do you have a Coke Zero can that I could buy?
So here we just sell in a cup. So
I want to be able to take it away. That's okay.
yeah. So for takeaway, that is the coffee shop next to here.
Okay. Thanks, man. See ya. All right. Off we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hi.
In a bit, yeah.
No worries. No worries. Hi. Can I just get a Coke Zero? Is that cool?
Anything else?
That's it. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. There we go. All right. Oh, look at this. I don't even know where we are. Guess we'll find out. Okay. And I was in this rural parish, right? And jobs like that, young people are happy to do them. I'm just saying, in terms of mass immigration, you don't need to bring in all. It's just such a. I know we all know that that's a false talking point by now. But yeah. Young people were all doing that sort of thing where I was. And what were we talking about? Yeah. And going to that place, that it just let me know that it's not about that. It's about service for one. It's not about having a nice experience. Although the joys are the most deep and profound joy and sorrow that's possible in life. Divine versions of these things. But it's not about that. It's about participating in the mission. Well, it's both. It is about that. It's both. And re-establishing the conditions since before the fall. It's about theosis. It's about the return home. And so that's where we're going, with many stops along the way to help us anyway, as we, like I said, we won't immediately stop, all lukewarm pursuits. That's okay. You do it a little bit at a time, and I think that's quite key in modernity, because otherwise it can happen as a crisis. Sometimes, as we talked about that last week, that a lot of the time to understand and see how utterly bereft we truly are, it takes a crisis to get you out of the lukewarm pursuits that will to power, Willensmacht, will to power has you sucked into. And as we talked about last week, remember we talked about last week the first 3 Beatitudes that lead to the conditions of soul that we've just described to you, the transformation of the 3 middle Beatitudes of those that are pure of heart will see God, the merciful will be granted mercy, and the thirst for righteousness, and those that are persecuted for my sake. Those are, the middle Beatitudes are about these conditions of transformation of soul. And the whole Beatitudes together are about, of course, the approach to the Son, and then through the Son. Of course, the Son teaches us throughout the Gospels more than just the Beatitudes, but through the Son, he leads us to the Father, as we see displayed by the Lord's Prayer. But these 3 things that it often takes sometimes, otherwise, there's two things. Either you can discover the true bereftness through some sort of crisis that occurs to you. The thing is, we are in crisis, friends, and people are in deep spiritual, soul, and bodily need. They're bereft completely. They don't see it, though. It's covered over by the Willensmacht. It's in this process that you just discover truly how deeply injured you are. And the deepest injury is in the desensitization. My gosh, the desensitization of the irony bros is this lack of care, this ironic distancing, it began with an intellectual distancing of concepts and then leads to a soul distancing. And so we see this in what just happened with the dark event that just occurred, with the people even just exploiting it for political gain. You see a lot of people exploiting it for political gain, but also people just rubbing it in. This is that distancing. They don't get how utterly, tragically wounded they are, that what they see doesn't affect them. But through this process, you actually become, luckily, way more sensitive to certain things. For instance, when I was watching the new Alien series, I just didn't want those images around me of some of the new Alien TV show, that tentacle thing. It just was, you just don't want those images popping up. You can't really, they can be destroyed through prayer, the images, but you just don't want them popping up, these horrific images. Because what you watch, when you're becoming more spiritually active and your faculties are returning, well, these images can be used by the devil to disturb you. And so better just not to let certain images in. So I skipped a lot of that. Certain parts were just a bit gross. I don't want that in my head. I don't want it to pop up. More sensitive to it. And good. It's a returning of life. Allows for that. The true return of life to thought, to judgment, to feeling, and to will. But true life, not false Luciferic false Luciferic feeling of the subject's low desires and feeling, but divine feeling. Humanity is divinized in Jesus Christ. Here's a military base we see. There, it's Sydney's military port. And so we're just going to find a nice place to sit. And perhaps, I want to walk around a little bit so I can probably get a good view, as we're going to be sitting stationary for quite some time. So we'll keep walking. And I'm not sure they have tables here, but they at least have a chair. Pretty certain of that. All right, why don't you just jump on my front here for a moment, and I'll have a check of the chats. Okay. David Walker says, I've had a life-changing job change of working. Wow, from a local church, I feel grateful to God. That's such a grace. Been a great blessing. How wonderful. Yeah, I know a lot of people out there are seeking to, to find the means, and He will grant the means. The means of withdrawal, the means of, because what are we after? We're after the establishment of Him as the King of all our value. Again, these are a bit really philosophizing concepts, saying King of all our value, but our care is all wrapped around Him to the degree to which, how wonderful that we can actually have His divine will disclosed to us, and He is the future and knows the future, and that becomes overtly obvious to you when you're following it. Though He can't be used for will to power, and you sort of have to learn that in the process. You know, you might ask a question thinking, am I supposed to ask everything? So actually I said that the other week. I said, every decision is to be filtered through Him. To a degree, when you're without I sort of said this though too, when you're without, when you really need Him, but you might fall into the habit of asking when it's something that you could just do yourself. Then will to power is sneaking in subtly there, and you just won't get, I've talked about that though, and you won't get a clear answer from that. But you learn. You learn, and you become more and more humble too in the face of these things, and spiritual experience that doesn't lead to humility, deep humility, and fear, but not fear of, it's fear of upsetting such a benevolent and loving and generous God. That's what I fear, and that's what you end up, that's the true fear. Like, I better not, I don't want to say that. But how wonderful it is. How miraculous it is. Yes. Things begin to happen, friends. And so our friend that doesn't have a name said, sorry about my name. My whole shtick is about being anonymous on YouTube. Not creative enough to think of a name. Maybe you can choose one. Pretending to be highly agreeable, just like me. Yeah, I'll just call you Anon. I guess what you are is an unknown friend, and this is called Unknown Friend. Actually, I'm just going to call you Unknown Friend. I'm just going to say Unknown Friend says next time you post something. Okay. Should we walk a bit more in the actual botanic garden? Probably, right? Just looking for a seat. There might be something inside. I'll just go through the gate. But yes, how wonderful. How wonderful. Some hipsters dressed in Victorian garb. I like that. Oh, capital. What a lovely day in the park. I would too, right? I would too. If it wasn't, too hot for that sort of thing. Plus, when you're walking around with a big backpack on your back, it doesn't really work. Doesn't really work. All right, this looks like we're getting a bit of view here. We're getting a bit of view where we can sit and read our book. Perhaps some nice place in the shade. That's pretty, isn't it? Oh wait, there's a chair just here. There's a chair and birds and picnics. Gosh, what an incredible garden this is. I don't think I've been here since I was a child. Here we go. Now we're getting some view action here. Now we're talking. Preferably a place out of the sun. Preferably maybe here. It's a bit of harbour view. That's what I want in the background. I want harbour action. Let's see if we get any harbour here. There's a little bit. Maybe we'll do it here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is about as good as we're going to get. Pretty damn good, though. Okay. How's that? Let's see. Whoops. Let's see. Is that all right? It's pretty good. Maybe a bit more over this way. That's pretty cool. And I'll go here. And can you see? You got the harbour bridge there, maybe? Yeah, that's good. I like it. I like it, friends. Unknown friend IRL. Now we're talking. Here we are. We're reading. Continuing our reading of Steiner's Redemption of Thinking. And I'll open up my Coke and we shall begin. Incredible. Oh wait, did that fall over or is that going alright? Or should I? No, it's fine. You don't need to see the foreground much. That's good. 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 And it looks good for me. I don't know how good it looks for you, but yeah, that'll be fine. See a bit of water there. All right, sorry, boring, but let me just have a bit of caffeine here. I've got my trusty caffeine tablet as well. And an easy double espresso that way. There we go. Ah, what a day. What a great day. I enjoyed our talk. I hope that was interesting, the first half of the day. But what an incredible place. You've got the city over here. You can see that, can you? Yeah, you can see a bit of it. My head might be in the way. The beautiful harbour, which we're going to go out amongst it when we get the ferry this afternoon over to Manly. I suppose you could compare this to Central Park, but isn't this way better than Central Park? Central Park, you're locked in. Here, you've got the beautiful harbour. I didn't realise really just how great this was until I'd been around the world. Of course, as we talk about, nothing is. The things of existence, the tourism around the world, the natural environment, all that can ever be is a preparation for going towards Him. The true glories are in Him. And the glory of this, its truth is revealed through Him. In fact, you could say that the Victorians that planned the garden, there is something of the inspiration of the eternal in the planning of European gardens. Some, not totally, some of that. But like I said, the depths and the glory of His truth and His freedom and the kingdom of heaven is truly at hand, my friends. Speaking from direct experience, the kingdom of heaven is at hand since He came. The point of what the Beatitudes are talking about, blessed are those who are poor in spirit. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. That is the possessive. That is not some place when you die Well, it is as well, but he means now. He means the old clairvoyance, the old heaven and earth of paganism, which was of the unconscious, which was only of the, what you could call the sphere of form and the sphere of creation, but not of emanation. It was lower, right? It was temporal. It was spiritual, but it was temporal. Even Rudolf Steiner admits that it's atavistic, it's primitive, it's not the true ingression of the internal. Even though he will call it the divine because it is spiritual, but it's not outside. And so since he came, he reset everything to its connection with, or for us anyway, him. And so through him now, we can have it now. If we align our will with his. If we take the time to do the practices, as I talk about in the lectures, practices of Christian mysticism, they're very simple. It's the 3 O's of the tradition. Poverty, obedience, chastity is practiced through your morning concentration without effort in prayer. How to do that is in the videos on my channel. Concentration without effort, the most underutilized yet important Christian practice, I say. Well, that's the title of the video. But these are nothing more than what the Church Fathers talk about, even though slightly different words are used. It's part of it is combine watchfulness with the breath and the name of Jesus, with the breathing. That's one part of the practices we do. But also concentration is talked about in unseen warfare by a priest. It's a collaboration of East and West, because two Orthodox saints edited that book. Even though the writer is, of course, of the Western Church, but concentration, he says in that, it's the most overlooked yet important practice. So it's not even just my quote on that. And of course, these things deepen, the practice deepens, and the experience we experience in this life, there is just as much depth and variety, more than there is here. There's just as much, there is far more meaning in the depths that people just never see. They go their whole lives without seeing and feeling. Seeing is far less important than it is mystic contact, which is touch and the heart. That's the truth of it, because that's closer. The spiritual touch is closer than any sight. So people seeking visions and stuff like that, you don't need that. It's also secondary to the primary, as I talk about in the lectures, which is the heart, which we call the fire of Emmaus, the loving heart, an intrinsic certainty, and spiritual touch, mystic touch, which is equivalent to, or is expressed by, the sense of touch. It feels like touch. What is your eyes, which are, when they're turned to the external world and through conversion in this process, your eyes become sense of touch. They close themselves to the world. What's that doing? It's also becoming poor in spirit. Through concentration, you are also, in collaboration with the Lord, transvaluating your unconscious, transvaluating this feeling soul we've been talking about, this unconscious body, that's being transformed from its lust for the world to somewhere else, towards Christ and his heaven. And so in that, if we can just turn away, we can start to withdraw this active organ of the will. This active organ of the will, we can start to withdraw it and pull it away from the stuff and the Wilsamacht of the world, the will to power of the world. Withdraw it and put it somewhere else. And that will becomes a sense organ of the divine, where it belongs, of him, towards him. And as Tomberg talks about as well, he talks about this, is that those 5 dark currents of the will become will to service, not will to power. And like I said, you eventually, through that concentration without effort, your eyes close to the world, and then like skin goes over your eyes, and that region where you see things becomes like slightly, it feels like it's slightly behind the eyes or behind the forehead or around there. Spiritual touch is primarily felt there, but also elsewhere. But it has the immediacy of touch. But you can see how I'm closing this sense to the world, and then elsewhere, it's going elsewhere, if that makes sense, but as touch. But that's more closer and more certain than any at a distance certainty, than any eyewitness certainty. This is interior, intrinsic certainty, but also you experience things the saints talk about, an overshadowing of the soul. That speaks to the celestial gravity that I talk about. It's like that. It's like it feels like your soul is being, it's like someone stands behind the light, the warmth of the sun behind you when you can't see them. It feels like that sort of, but with gravity, intrinsic value. Nothing more meaningful than he who is. Nothing more worth your time. But also to know that you're experiencing the kingdom of heaven here, that well, you're dying. I contemplate death a lot. I mean, we're supposed to. And I say to the Lord a lot that, I'll say in prayers that, I look forward to coming home fully. But, while we're here, I'm going to serve his name and his mission and whatever he wants me to do. But we are to go home, friends, eventually. We're to go home. That's not morbid, it's beautiful. It's incredibly moving. But like the Lord said, is that obviously this death happens in more ways than just thinking about it. This death is a very real thing. It's that you die in the unconscious, you die in the psychological body and the vital body, and are resurrected in those things. And at the ground of your individuality, at I, it begins there. That's the Vedagatkana. You die to the world, literally. And for some great saints, all the way to the physical body, if that make. But anyway, these are mysteries. But the point is, dying, this, like the Lord says, the second death won't hurt. I'll give him, as he says in the Apocalypse, a new name which no one else knows. And isn't that true? No one else knows this name that he will give you. No one else knows. What does that mean? Well, you know what? They don't know. They don't know because name means mission. Why does no one else know it? Because the Lord is the new, the outside. He is the divine will ingressing from the eternal inside, temporality. What no one has experienced before, right? I mean, sorry, yes, people experience him, but he is the future, the new. So it means that no one knows the future but him, right? What he will direct you to do with the name, the mission, no one can know. And so when I was talking earlier about today, about politics, about that saving us, yes, because no one knows that. No one knows the true mission and name. Not that he might have, you don't know what he has planned anyway. And you've got to love all people to be released of this, to be able to even discern divine will. But of course, I actually haven't asked, but I think I asked once, and the intimation I got was that the best solution, the best thing is for people to have the orthodox situation of, okay, you've got a healthy ethnic organism, it's got an ethnic church there and an ethnic church there, not a sort of ecumenism situation, but under one church, right? But different ethnic things, healthy ethnic organisms in their place. It's not to say that there won't be any immigration or whatever, but But I haven't contemplated these questions because they're very worldly questions. It's something I do. One of the kids just fell over. Bless him. He'll be all right. Yeah, but I haven't actually. I should probably ask. Although, you know, anyway. Humility. Okay. Okay. Unknown friend. He changed his name to unknown friend. That's great. Unknown friend says, Central Park for me is a reminder of the inescapable corruption around it. Yeah, wow, okay. I guess you're from New York, unknown friend. Poverty, obedience, chastity. I excel at 2 of the 3. These things are really easy to practice though. Concentration without effort practices it in the morning. Obedience is simply he wants you to do this morning practice. That is a practice in obedience, but also the thoughts that it's practicing poverty because concentration is a poverty of the senses. You're not looking at anything. You're in prayer and meditation. That is a practice of poverty. Chaste because you're not looking and doing something else that's the imaginations and lusty but other things and looking at them. There are other reasons why it's practicing those things. Here's another reason. You're rejecting the thoughts that come up for you. The devil, for me, in every morning practice, it's a wonderful practice in thinking no to the thought that comes up and returning to your Jesus prayer, returning to your concentration. That's part of it. Remember, the Lord's tempted in the wilderness. You're going into the wilderness in your morning practice. And your that's part of it. But through your rejection of the temptation, does the air change around you so the angeloi can approach you and grace be sent and to enter your breathing? But that's another mystery. But I've talked about that before in one of the lectures. But the point is, it's practicing those 3 things every morning. And what happens throughout the day, when thoughts come to you, it's easier to recognize it. And when you're concentrated, you're guarding the heart. You're close to that's a state of watchfulness. It's much easier to recognize when you're not being flooded with the stuff of the sensory world like it is here. When you're concentrated in your inner tabernacle with the heart, it's much simpler to see the arising of the temptations and to reject them. But what it leads to is, again, the grace is, after you reject the temptation, it's almost a practice in itself. The Lord sends his angeloi with graces and peace as well. So it's not just the concentration, it's not just the Jesus prayer, it's also rejecting the temptation as well. It's part of it. So you're practicing those 3 O's right there. And it's obedience naturally. Well, okay, if we're going to talk about the mystery of the breath, sorry, we haven't even started reading the Steiner book, but the mystery of the breath, the lungs are obedient. They desire air and they obediently, automatically just breathe, don't they? There's an obedience in that. They are obedient to their harmony. And so when we're practicing, we're combining watchfulness and the breath and the name of Jesus. We're letting just that automatic breathing determine it. In your morning practice, when you reject these temptations, grace enters and moves, speeds up the breathing. That's the mystery of the breath. Spoken about in probably a too clear a way, forgive me. But I have a lecture on that says how to allow God to breathe in and with you. But it's a profound mystery. But what is that? That is utter obedience. It's grace entering you. And you, because you've been practicing the passive and active that we talk about, you're passively active when you're concentrating. You're attending the center of vision and all of vision at the same time, and you're sort of balancing this. This is the concentration without effort practice we talk about. That is preparing you also to be able to do that with the breath, to be passive about the breathing, yet to allow another volition to then move that breath, which is grace. So you practice. What is that? It's a practice of obedience. It's also called revelatory action. And so these are mysteries we're talking about here, but this is how it was. That's what they're talking about. They don't spell it out, but it's Christ, right? So, but you've got to do the things. You've got to do the preparatory things. You've got to be doing the Jesus prayer. And then later on, I'm going to do a lecture on advanced practice talking about the prayer of the heart, which is an even deeper mystery. But one has to be careful. I've got to be careful about how I talk about it, because these things are mysteries, and some of the things are between you and the Lord. Like I always say, it's passive and active, it's collaborative, and you figure that out pretty quick. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Our friend says it was a bad joke. Always appreciate the advice, though. Yeah, I didn't take it badly or anything like that. It's just a good stimulus to talk anyway about this stuff. But how nice is it here? Incredible. Now let's begin our book, eh? Things can be of beautiful appearance on the outside, but it's like when Dennis Prager went on that. It's like when Dennis Prager went on that pro-Catholic program and talked about saying that it's only a sin when you enact something, not when you think about it, or not when you let something into your heart. And then the Catholic dude says, that's just wrong. Yeah, of course he thinks like that, and who knows what he gets up to in his mind. That fellow, there's a lot of mental illness in that group. When you're without Christ, there's a lot of mental illness. But it just leads me to think is that you've got a very beautiful surroundings in Sydney. It's paid for by things, but what lurks underneath the spirit of even the people that walk through a park, they can doll themselves up and whatever. People think in modernity, it's just inside me, but it leaks out. It leaks out. People don't recognize it, but it's not just a matter of observing something with your eyes. I think Jung was right when he said some people have an intuitive faculty, a sort of atavistic one, where they can just sense some things up with someone. It's not visual cues. It's spiritual, even though it's not what we're talking about, which is clean, which has an epistemic principle. People do have a sort of base level of that faculty, or a lower one where they can get a sense of that from people. But in modernity, we think, I can just hide something in my own thoughts and it's not sinful, or it's okay as long as I don't. No, you've got to be watchful and guardful. Things get into your heart, they corrupt your being. If you let them in your heart, you don't let them land, as the saints say. Don't let it land. That's what part of watchfulness is. And so this concentration without effort practice, how marvelous it is. It's a deep practice in that. And then over time, the Lord grants you, and you should be constantly, and these things slowly changed for me to be constantly, and I'd ask him to confirm that is that constantly asking for anything force you need, you should ask him for it. Today I prayed, of course, for his word, and to be able to, the courage to be able to speak fluently and for the period of time that we were going to speak. And there's a bird waddling up to us here. Without a doubt, it's only because of him that I'm able to sit here and talk about these sort of things. by his grace. Anyway, sorry, I keep getting delayed here. As I also said too, I've been talking to some people recently talking about their spiritual experience. If you want to be a part of that fellowship, go to scottmanu.com/fellowship and join up. It's cheap and rewarding. And contact me at any time. My details are easily available. Feel free to message me anytime on Twitter or wherever. Anyway, let's continue. Tomism in the present day we're up to. We're talking Rudolf Steiner's Redemption of Thinking. I guess in quickly summarizing, this book has gone through the influences of the influences of Aquinas, being Dionysius the Areopagite. The influences of both Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, Aristotle, influencing Thomas, as well as others, just showing basically the situation that consciousness was in, or human experience was in at the time of Augustine and Thomas, and how Augustine was ahead of his time as an individual. He's very personal. It's about the person, like Nietzsche is. Whereas Aquinas is very universal in what he's talking about. It's not a personal thing. And so in that is the connection between nominalism and realism, in a sense, is that, and in them both, they kind of unite, which is actually what Christ does. He unites and he synthesizes and rectifies the issue between nominalism and realism, between the particular and the universal, the logos, the universal of everything, and the particular of Jesus Christ. He's the particular of particulars and the universal of universals at the same time. He fixes that problem. Magic. Oh, another thing I saw today, I mean, not to go off subject, but what some of the young ladies are wearing at the beach, I just thought, what are you doing? Like, where are the older women telling them, like, there's got to be someone telling these people, like, you might as well be naked and wearing that. It's just, like, you're putting yourself in danger doing that, for one. You know, it's just incredible. I was up in Newcastle, and I just couldn't, jeez. It was like, it's already bad enough, right? You're running out of clothes to remove, essentially. Anyway, off subject. Okay, so where were we? In all this, it is clear, as I pointed out at the end of last lecture, that human individuality had arrived at intellectualism, but had not discovered the relationship of Christ to the realm of intellect and thought. Well, we've been talking about this today, haven't we, friends? Augustine had been in some measure aware of this Christ relationship because he still regarded humanity as a single whole. By the way, I'm not necessarily agreeing with everything Steiner says, naturally, but we want to know what Steiner has to say about all this. In his day, in Augustine's day, the light of Christ shone, if somewhat faintly, in the depths of the soul of humanity, and it lit up again later for the Christian mystics of the Middle Ages. It did not, however, shine at all clearly or plainly for those later philosophers who sought to find Christ only by means of that logical thought which was bound up with their awakening sense of individuality, or by that which could follow from it. From this logical thinking, when it first arises, appears so definitely to have its source in the human soul itself, that it rejects just that which ought to be the essential work of Christ on man's inner life. It rejects the possibility of transformation, of the metamorphosis of man's thought life. It cannot take the attitude towards the life of knowledge that would enable a man to say, I can certainly think, and I think in the first place about myself and the world, but this thinking of mine is still very undeveloped, that in some measure is the result of the form of man. My thinking, therefore, must arise above its present level. It must be transformed and lifted up into a higher sphere of consciousness. He doesn't have that thought. But again, we're being careful when we're reading this, because that, like we said earlier, not to make too many interruptions, but that was Steiner's kind of error of articulation. He was being helped from outside. It's passive active. It's from Christ. You do your part, right? But the way he articulates, as if you do it yourself. But he doesn't actually experience that himself. Well, I think he thought that at a time, perhaps. He knows Christ's helping him though. Anyway, just don't want to give that impression by reading it, so just keep that in mind. As a matter of fact, only in one instance has the realization of this vital necessity for the transformation of human thought flashed up in the mind of a leading thinker, and that was Spinoza. Have we read this part? I don't know. Himself a follower of Descartes, it was not to be wondered at that Spinoza made a very deep impression on the men like Herder and Goethe. We have read this part, but I might just, do I want to read it again? I read it last week. We might as well read the quote from Spinoza again. It's a good thing. To my mind, it's very interesting to see how Spinoza gets to the root of the matter when he says, as we consider the life of the world, we see how in its highest substance it transforms itself again into spirit. We see too how we can receive this spirit into our souls if we raise both ourselves and our thinking to the level of intuition. That is, if we so develop our intellectual faculties that we prove everything with mathematical accuracy, and at the same time, in arriving at such proof, so transform and uplift that spirit can come to meet us. If we can rise up, if we can rise to this height, then from that peak of vision, we are able to comprehend the whole historic process, which is involved in the evolution of mankind. Again, this is the error of certain philosophers, as if you're doing it yourself. That is, you can do that when you're kind of monistically looking at nature. You can have an intuition. Bergson talks about that. But primarily, the true intuition is through sympathy, which Bergson also talks about, which is love. It's about loving everything. It's the only way to get to the true essence of things. Essence to essence through Christ. But Spinoza goes on to say, the Jew Spinoza, as Steiner puts it, it's amazing that the following sentence can shine out from the writings of the Jew Spinoza. Like just the way Victorian era people say the Jew. Anyway, I laughed at that last stream. The highest revelation of divine substance is given in Christ. In Christ, intuition becomes theophany. The incarnation of God, the voice of Christ is therefore the voice of God and the path of salvation. In other words, the Jew Spinoza comes to the conclusion that man can so develop himself by means of his intellectual faculties that spirit comes to meet him. And in his words, yes, if then he is able to fix his thoughts upon the mystery of Golgotha, not only does his spirit-filled consciousness become intuition, that is, the manifestation of spirit through thought, but intuition itself is transformed into theophany, the manifestation of God himself. And who by? Again, remember, passive-active. There's the error in the articulation of Steiner here and Spinoza himself, if they even experienced the... Well, no, Steiner did, but it's passive-active. It has to be prayed for, or it's given as a grace. So, and that just becomes evident, at least now, in the way things are. So man is on the spirit path to God. Now we've read that before, so we're just going to go forward a little bit. Stand by. There it might be. Okay, sorry about that, friends. We now have found the page we were at. The age of natural science emerged and scholasticism was not adjusted to it. In consequence, Kantianism eventually came on the scene, developing in point of fact into a subjectivism in which all knowledge is extinguished. From the subjectivism, there finally sprouted the so-called postulates: freedom, immortality, the idea of God. We are meant to do what is right, to obey the categorical imperative. Therefore, we must be able to do so. Therefore, we must be free. And so you can see how this is coming from Kant. You can see how we are meant to do what is right, to obey the categorical imperative. But in seeing that, you can see how it's so top down. But let's continue reading. I often talk about Kant and how that approach of seeing things is you're not imbued with Christ. You're one crying in the wilderness in Kantianism. You're postulating the things without which the soul could not exist. That's still is a postulate of faith, though. It's noble in the sense that it's searching and notices there's this hole, and in the hole knows there is because there is a hole. It's pointing to the fact that there is truth, that God is, that there is, as is being said here, freedom and immortality in the idea of God. But we cannot be free while we are living here in our physical body. That's what it leads to, the Kantianism. We shall only attain the perfection which will enable us to carry out in full the categorical imperative when we are free of our body. Therefore, we must also be immortality. But as human beings, we cannot attain to that. If we are to do what we should, the whole duty of man in the world must be laid down for us by a Godhead. Saying that again, if we are to do what we should, and he is characterizing Kantianism. If we are to do what we should, the whole duty of man in the world must be laid down for us by the Godhead. Therefore, there must be a Godhead. 3 postulates of faith, concerning which there can be no certainty as to how far they are rooted in reality. That is the extent of the certainty reached by Kant. As he himself expressed it, I had to annihilate knowledge in order to make room for faith. Even so, he does not make room for a faith content as it was understood by Thomas Aquinas, a faith content handed down by tradition, but for an abstract faith content. Freedom, immortality, and the idea of God, begotten by the individual human being out of the truth, or rather the semblance of truth, which he had dictated. In this way, Kant brought nominalism to its logical conclusion. Among philosophers, he is the one who really denies man everything which would enable him to penetrate to any kind of reality. It was this fact that caused the reaction against Kant, which appeared in Fichte and Schelling and then Hegel, and later in other thinkers of the 19th century. If we look at Fichte, for example, we see that everything which Kant had set up as a world of appearance or illusion, Fichte wished to derive from the creative ego itself, which, however, he regarded as rooted in the sense world. One can see too how he was drawn to a more intense, one might say, increasingly mystical soul experience in order to escape from Kantianism. And it's said, actually, a lot of Kantians become mystics. It's from this faith of one crying in the wilderness do they realize and move towards, oh, actually, you can disclose the only true certainty there is beyond all this scientism and all the deduction and inference and induction that comes from science and the generalizable truths from the senses. They're all filtered through the surface sense, right? It's all a certain level of certainty, but what can be achieved is beyond that, a direct intuition of the truth, who is he, through love, through everything we talk about. But going on, Fichte could not even believe that Kant could have meant what is contained in his critiques. At first, with a certain philosophic naivete. Naivete. Anyway, I will read it as written. Naivete, he expressed the belief that Kant was only concerned with the final conclusions of his own philosophy. What Fichte meant was that apart from these final conclusions, one could only believe that this philosophy had been pieced together by some amazing chance, certainly not by a thoughtful human brain. All this philosophic speculation stands quite apart from the movement in Western civilization occasioned by the growth of natural science, which appeared upon the scene as a sort of reaction in the middle of the 19th century. This movement knew nothing at all of philosophy, and therefore, in the case of many thinkers, degenerated into rank materialism. Meanwhile, the stream of philosophy continued to flow until the last third of the century, when it almost completely dried up. Then, every possible theory which could be derived or assumed from Kantianism and similar philosophies was used in an attempt to grasp the nature of reality present in the outer world. And it leads to that subjectivism we face now, that it's all postulated by us. Truth comes from us. You still see Kantianism involved in how we see the world, among other philosophies. When people read Kant, his concepts converted their presencing of the world. It converted how the world looks to them and present for them, and even valuatively how things were to a degree. A lot of philosophy does that, or did at certain times. It's very powerful. But really what it does is it expresses and articulates consciously, explicitly, the spirit or the depth of the spirit of the times. Not, of course, the eternal spirit of the depths, which is the Lord, but the depth of the spirit of the times. What hasn't yet been expressed, but it's of the times, which now, today, is, of course, after Kant, you get to Nietzsche, Wilsamacht, is where we are now. So it's the depth of the spirit of the times, which is a demonic spirit. The people that influenced Descartes were demons. It's true. Anyway, so all this philosophic speculation stand quite apart from the movement of Western civilization, like I said. This movement knew nothing at all. I already said that too, sorry. Meanwhile, the stream of philosophy continued to flow. Then every possible theory which could be derived, damn it, I read that too, sorry about that. In an attempt to grasp the nature of reality present in the outer world. Now, the world outlook of Goethe, had it been understood, would have been met exactly, which would have met exactly the need of the moment. And there's a lot to be said of that time in German philosophy, is that it was expressing, there was something going on, that it was moving towards a true, it was trying to move thought towards instincts that were trying to move thought towards more, to what the church understands really, or the orthodox, deep depth Christianity, the depth part of the church. Goethe was getting to. And so when Rudolf Steiner expresses these things, he really is talking about what was the condition of the majority of people, the exoteric condition of the majority of people. Not the church, which is the church is sort of set aside. I mean, he does include the Catholic Church with that, but I think he's wrong about that. There's the depth aspect of the Catholic Church, there's the mystics, there's the St. John of the Cross, of course, that are always there, and that those impulses are always coming, which he overlooks. He got attacked by the Catholic Church a lot, but sorry, I'm digressing here. So there was a lot of those impulses of dead propositionalism and legalism are there, which in turn actually come from a stream of almost from the southern mysteries, from the Egypt really. But it's a force amongst it that's pushing, right? Not the whole thing. But anyway, sorry, I'm digressing now. And so the world outlook of Goethe, had it been understood, would have been of vital importance at the time and would have met exactly the need of the moment, but it had been completely lost for the 19th century, except among thinkers of the school of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. In the world outlook of Goethe is to be found what Thomism must become if it is to rise to the highest possibilities of the present time and play a real part in the evolution or development of mankind. But if it is to do this, it must make a new approach to natural science. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but that's okay. We're not listening to me at the moment. Thomas Aquinas could get no further than the bare affirmation that the psychic spiritual element has an actual effect on every activity of the human organism. He expressed it thus: everything in the human body, even down to the vegetative activities, is occasioned and directed by the soul forces and must be understood in that light. Goethe takes the first step in the new approach to the natural science in his theory of colours, which in consequence is not really understood. He followed this up in his morphology and in his theory of plants and animals. Goethe's ideas, however, would not be brought to fulfilment until we have what Steiner calls a spiritual science, what we should simply call what should never have been spiritual science. It should just be a Christian knowing, or depth Christian knowing, really. But anyway, that's the story for another time. We're just reading Steiner, so we'll just say spiritual science, which can be itself provide an explanation of the facts of natural science, or what they mean. In other lectures, I have tried to show how spiritual science seeks to oppose and correct some of the conclusions of natural science. For example, with regard to the theory of the heart, the materialistic mechanistic view likens the heart to a pump which drives the blood through the human body. The opposite is the truth. The circulating blood is a living entity, as can be proved by embryology. And the blood, moved by its own inner force, sets the heart in action. The heart is the instrument by means of which the blood activity expresses itself and integrates itself into the whole life of the human being. The activity of the heart is a consequence of the blood activity and not vice versa. In the same way, as has been set out in detail in my lectures for doctors, it can be shown in regard to each organ of the body how the realization that man is a spiritual being explains the working of his material organism. That is true. Thus, we can, in a way, make real that which appeared dimly in more or less abstract form in Tomism, when it is said, quote, open, the spiritual psychic permeates the whole physical body. That is a quote from Thomas. That now, well, he might be paraphrasing. I don't know if he said spiritual psychic, but he's paraphrasing, I think. And so that now becomes the knowledge of real concrete fact. The Thomistic philosophy, which in the 13th century expressed itself only in abstract form by rekindling itself from Goethe, lives on in our day, he says, in his spiritual science, as he calls it. Every time he says spiritual science, I'm just going to say spiritual knowing. You can't make a spiritual science, for reasons I've talked about before. But what Steiner did was very noble. He is authentic. Things he sees, his angelology is quite authentic too. Tomberg talks about that. Tomberg's a Catholic and expresses that as well. And so you can, he's not right about everything though, but he did a lot of important good work. And you see that in what was going on at the time. He was attacked a lot. It should have been all brought into the church, as Tomberg does. He brings it all into the church. But he was under attack at that time by the authorities. And but it's very moving, Steiner's work, very moving when he's articulating, again, anthroposophy, that shouldn't, he's a philosopher and he's an initiate. He's gone through purification and illumination and union. But he, like I said, it shouldn't be a separate thing. But it's very moving when you're reading as it's counting down towards his death. And during the war, the Great First World War, the things he's trying to express and trying to get people to turn towards Christ are quite incredible. Trying to get them to see and do what we're talking about today in terms of what the tradition has always talked about, even though he's expressing it in different ways. it's just very moving with such darkness around. He's a definite noble soul in trying to get people out of modernity, but safely, not in the summer of love, but with a strong truth criterion, with to Christ, not to Luciferic or satanic, because you can get lost in Luciferic spiritual activity and satanic spiritual activity, Vils and Macht, very easily, as we talk about. You've got to be super careful. And so, but I think you'll find a lot of people that are tied up with that movement now. It's a dead movement. It's a dead, because it was outside the church. It's a dead movement, and people, because it is the practices as he describes them, as if you can bring them about yourself and not enough about prayer and not enough in the tradition. People don't reach where they're supposed to in their return towards God, in their return to and what is supposed to happen, which is theosis. Maybe they sort of specialize their concentration, their ability to concentrate and stuff like that, doing the practices. I've walked past a bookstore before, and there's way too much Eastern stuff in there, which is Luciferic. They've got Buddhism and things on the wall. Okay, you're selling that? What? Like, I get it, but no. I think it just ends up being missing the message, actually, which is it's all about Christ, and all that stuff's inappropriate now as a practice. It's inappropriate. Unfortunately, the founding of those religions is anything outside of Christ. They're Luciferic, fallen hierarchies. All paganism is that. Pre-Christian is that. So anyway, I'm getting aside the point here. Goethe. In other lectures I've tried, I think I've read that part, yeah. The spiritual being explains the working of his material organism. But all that stuff aside, the amazing insight that he has is just why we're reading this book. And we'll read others as well. Take him very seriously. Thus we can, in a way, make real that which appeared dimly in more or less abstract form in Thomism, when it is said the spiritual psychic permeates the whole physical body. That now becomes knowledge of real concrete fact. The Thomistic philosophy, which in the 13th century expressed itself only in abstract form, by rekindling itself from Goethe, lives on in our day. Let me illustrate this by personal experience. When at the end of the 80s I spoke in a Vienna Goethe Society on the subject of Goethe as the father of a new aesthetic, there was in the audience a very learned Cistercian. A Cistercian, that's a monastic, a certain type of Catholic monastic. I had explained how we must regard Goethe's presentation of art, and after my lecture, this Cistercian, whose name was Father Wilhelm Neumann, and who was a professor of theology at Vienna University, made this curious remark. He said, "The germ of this address which you have given us today is to be found in Thomas Aquinas." Interesting. That's supporting his point that it's a continuation or it was an extraordinarily interesting experience for me to hear from Father Wilhelm Neumann that he had found in Thomism something like a germ of what I had said to be the consequence of Goethe's world outlook in relation to aesthetics. For Father Neumann was himself highly trained in Thomism, as Neo-Thomism had already arisen among the clergy of the Roman Catholic Church. The fact of the matter is that things appear quite differently when seen in the light of truth than they do when seen under the influence of a lifeless, nominalistic philosophy, which is largely derived from Kant and the modern physiology based on him. Spiritual knowing can provide many examples of this. For instance, in my book, Riddles of the Soul, I attempted, as a result of 30 years' study of the problem, to explain the human being as a threefold entity and to show how each part is related to a psychic activity. That's a good book, actually. One part of the physical human body, the brain and the nerve system, is connected with the thought and sense perceptive activity. The rhythmic system, all that pertains to the breathing and heart rhythms, is connected with the feeling or emotional motion activity. And finally, the digestive and metabolic system is connected with the will activity. The attempt is made throughout to rediscover the spiritual psychic as an active, creative force working in man. So Steiner attempts to continue that and do it and show it. Sometimes Steiner he's doing a lot of spiritual discernment. He calls it spiritual research. Sometimes though, and Tomberg would agree with this, he's deducing with his very capable judgment faculties, Aristotelian style. He's abstracting from his experience of divine memory, his experience of what Plato calls when Plato says that you can remember the divine memory. There is, as I've talked about, the collective unconscious, there is a memory of all events that have occurred collectively, and you actually have a seed of it in you. And so through this you can experience that. But he also, so he's not right about everything. Some things will appear in his writings, will say, oh, that's a bit strange. And some things that I've contemplated on, asked the Lord about, and it's not actually been correct. But most of it is. Most of it is right about, but on some key big things is not. But anyway, in all this, we are deliberately making the new approach to natural science of which I have been speaking, which is also what Christian Hermeticism is about, uniting thought and spirit. This stuff all makes sense. The Lord's world makes sense. It's just simply the facts of, we don't deny the facts, the observed facts. They apply on one surface sensory level, but they fit into our understanding. They are for one dead mineral level where power is applicable, but there's deeper spheres than that, as we know. And so, just as before the age of Thomistic Scholasticism, an attempt was made, as we saw in the Areopagite and in Plotinus, to penetrate by means of human cognition into the realm of spirit, so now, following the age of natural science, spiritual knowing, or spiritual science as he calls it, is attempting to penetrate by the same means into the realm of the essential being of nature. In this new approach, we take the Christ seriously. The scholastics would have done the same thing had they grasped the truth that human thought can evolve and raise itself to a higher level. See, raise itself. No. It's collaborative. You can specialize, and that can happen in a kind of, but you're doing things that are like they're rigidifying certain faculties which will crumble, or you'll over-specialize and your whole development will fail if you keep doing that, which is what some yogi and such do, right? But Steiner himself didn't just specialize in one area, but if you do it with that mindset, like he was given grace to have a holistic development, which you can tell from reading his work, but you got to be careful with that. So raise itself to a higher level once it disregards the idea of the inescapable limitation of knowledge as a result of the fall. And there's truth in that. You disregard this because you disregard it. You know how? Because you can, but you know how you truly do it? You do it through saying, Lord, I know nothing. But at the same time, I can know everything, but not through my means, through asking you as a child. Because if you're too humble, in the sense that if you are not a child is presumptuous. When you're asking dad, it's okay. A child naturally wants to know things, and dad, the father, will show you you're his child. But you have to be humble, but at the same time you have to be willing to ask and know that you are dealing with the hierarchies, you're dealing with divine things. If you're saying, oh, I'm too small to ever be dealing with divine things, you're as small as anyone else is. We're all sons. We're all sinners, right? Saints call themselves sinners. We're called to be saints, but we're all just sons. We're all sons, just sons. So you have to be humble by saying, I know nothing, but at the same, and have this attitude, but at the same time ask. And you get used to that over time. And like I've said before, after asking questions over a long period of time, around certain questions, knowings are sent to you, and just general understandings, they're deepening of understanding of biblical things. For instance, there's a great prayer that Thomas Aquinas gives, but that he would give before he would ever, before he would read the Bible, that he'd pray for. And let's go back and quickly read that now. What a wonderful prayer it is. I think it's at the start. We read it when we began this about 2 months ago, I think. It's a wonderful, wonderful prayer. Where is it? Here it is. Wow. Before he begins. What we should do, I mean, how devout. I pray much shorter when I pray for help. But, you know, different times. The prayer of St. Thomas. Ineffable Creator, who out of the treasures of thy wisdom hast appointed 3 hierarchies of angels and set them in admirable order high above the heavens, and hast disposed the diverse portions of the universe in such marvelous array, thou who art called the true source of light and supereminent principle of wisdom, be pleased to cast a beam of thy radiance upon the darkness of my mind, and dispel from me the double darkness of sin and ignorance in which I've been born. Thou who makest eloquent the tongues of little children, fashion my words and pour upon my lips the grace of thy benediction. Grant me penetration to understand, capacity to retain, method and facility in study, subtlety in interpretation, and abundant grace of expression. In order the beginning, direct the progress, and perfect the achievement of my work. Thou who art true God, true man, and livest and reignest forever and ever. Amen. Wow. There's something else we could, I suppose, also include, that is, if you've discerned something that is the will of divine will that you are supposed to do, is that you could pray to the Father in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, as the way of the pilgrim talks about. That the Bible actually shows verses that show how to pray, and one is to pray to the Father in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, which means in the mission of, right? And the mission is divine will. So if you know it's that, then you can pray to the Father in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, and that's a special prayer for aid and help. And I've done that before after asking the Lord if I should or if I can, because I'm fearful of naturally, that's a grace of humility that I've actually prayed for, right? We've got to be careful. It's what prostrations are so good with. That help. You want to be granted humility, right? Because in experience of the depths, once you figure out how to do these practices, the next dark thing that approaches you, which the tarot actually shows a mastery, right? The mastery card of someone in his chariot, as if he's leading the chariot. The next temptation of working out how to do the practices is that, I'm going to come in my own mission, my own name. Wilsamacht. Now I know how to do these practices or whatever. And the devil will try to tempt you that. Come in your own name. Many have done that before. So the temptation is a synthesis of the 3 temptations of Christ, which is to come in your own name and to and to, what's it again? Inflation, which Jung actually well describes, this temptation of inflation as spiritual experience manifests that you think you're more important than you are. I know nothing, Lord, but I can with your, I ask through you, I'm just a son. We should be saying, right? It's and that's why you find monastics are constantly saying that, because they want to be careful that they don't get tempted by someone saying something nice about them, monastics and whatnot, because you've got to be careful. Temptations lie there, and it's the subtle one. It's very subtle. Vainglory. Pride is the hardest one to root out, and one we must be ever watchful over. But what a wonderful prayer that was. Wow. In this new approach, we take the Christ and his impulses seriously. The scholastics would have done the same thing had they grasped the truth that human thought can evolve and raise itself to a higher level once it disregards the idea of an inescapable limitation of knowledge as the result of the fall. And through pure sense-free thinking develops upward to the spirit. The appearance of nature as we see it can be penetrated as the veil only of its true being. One has to be careful with that too, because when you're examining nature, well, you're dealing with the elementals, right? So you want Christ very close by your side doing that sort of stuff, because remember, the spirit isn't just, like we talk about Luciferic and satanic spiritual things. It's not just when you're not purified, it's dangerous. Then we shall press on beyond the boundary of knowledge, which philosophical dualism has believed it necessary to set up, just as the scholastics believed it necessary from their point of view. And when we penetrate beneath the surface of this material world, we discover that it is in fact a spiritual world, and that beyond the veil of nature, the ultimate realities are not material atoms but spiritual beings. This shows how thought, by evolving to a higher level, can achieve the development of Tomism or the Middle Ages to meet the needs of the day. Consider, for example, those most important psychological theories of Albertus and Thomas Aquinas. Certainly they do not penetrate so far into the physical constitution of man as to be able to say how the spirit or the soul works on the separate organs, such as the heart, the spleen, or the liver. But already they point out that the whole human body must be regarded as having originated from the spiritual psychic. Or psychological. This thought must now be carried to a further stage by the endeavour actually to trace the spiritual psychic into each separate part of the physical organism. Philosophy does not attempt to do this, nor natural science. It will only be achieved by a spiritual knowing. Spiritual science, he calls it, which does not hesitate to reintroduce into our own day the great thoughts which have played so vital a part in the evolution of humanity, such as those of the scholastics. And already them to all that the scientific outlook of our own day has discovered. If, however, this task is to be dealt with in a scientific way, it necessitates a complete divorce from Kantianism. This I attempted in the first place in my little book, Truth and Science, and then in the 80s and the last century in my book, A Theory of Knowledge based on Goethe's world outlook. And later still in my Philosophy of Spiritual Activity. Quite shortly and without regard for the fact that things of this sort appear more difficult when they are presented briefly, I should like to put before you the basic ideas to be found in these books. They start from the unquestionable fact that in the world, merely as we perceive it, spread around us, truth cannot directly be found. Indeed, one can understand in a way how the human soul was captured by nominalism and how it came to accept the false conclusions of Kantianism. It is quite plain that Kant himself never saw the point with which my books make a serious attempt to deal. It is this, a consideration of the actual world of sense experience, if it is made objectively and thoroughly, leads to knowledge that this world as we perceive it with our senses is not complete in itself, and that it is brought to a state of full reality only through ourselves. True. Let us, or through Christ actually, which is what he's getting at. Let us consider once more exactly how the difficulty of nominalism and the whole of Kantianism arises. It arises in this way. 3 p.m. Okay, let me check the old chats, see where we are. Unknown friend says, I made that mistake before. I thought I could be a hypocrite in private, and it always ends up spilling out in front of others. That's a great point. He's talking about what I was talking about when going out into the world. It does, you can only hide it so much. But it also speaks of modernity. People try to clean themselves up and they go out, but it leaks out. And some people have intuitive faculties that can sense those things. But what we want to be is we want to be radiating. The Vilsamacht person walks around the world sucking like a vampire and appointing psychological strategies to get what he wants from the world. Because he doesn't, either polemically, he's fueled by a combative courage, and the energy he has is generated by a combative courage. And I was this, so I'm not speaking of something that I'm accusing other people of. It's something I've experienced too, and most people are. It's a mimetic desire provoked from the world by a lusty focus on the world. What was I saying? Sorry. Let me just look back at that chat for a reminder. I make a mistake before. I thought I was being a hypocrite in private ends leading to... Yeah. You leak out. I can't remember where I was going with that. Beautifully said. Ooh, nice park. Yeah, it is nice, isn't it? Well, some people are on a party boat out there. That's the lukewarmness, friends. It's fun. I was at a pub last night, and I don't drink anymore or do any of that stuff. But it's just interesting noticing, or how much you just don't have a desire for that sort of thing anymore. That's how much better everything is with Christ. Anyway. Soon we'll make our way. Well, the time is about 3. So I guess it'll take about half an hour probably to walk back to Circular Quay, and that'll be, 3:30, 4, and then we'll take a boat ride. I think we'll read for another 30 minutes. That'll be good, yeah. We'll read to 3:30, and then we'll go and we'll do our ferry ride. That'll be good. All right. So, where we left off, let us consider once more exactly how the difficulty of nominalism and the whole Kantianism arises. It arises in this way. Man takes the sense world and observes it, and then, through the working of his soul life, he attaches to it the world of ideas. As a result of this, it appears to him that this idea world must be a picture of that outer world. On the other hand, he perceives that the idea world exists within himself. What relation can there be between this idea world man finds in himself and the world outside him? This was the question, and the only answer Kant could find to it was this: in attaching our idea world to the outer world, which we perceive, we create truth. But Kant was wrong. The screeching bird agrees. The facts are these. If we consider the act of sense perception with an unprejudiced mind, we find that in itself it is incomplete, that in every way it is not self-sufficient. I strove hard to prove this, but in my thesis, Truth and Science, and later in my philosophy of spiritual activity. But the fact that we have been placed in the world, born in to the world. We split the actual world of reality in two. It is true that, in one sense, we have the whole world content here with us. But owing to the way in which we are placed as human beings in the world, we split the world content into the percept world, which appears to us from the outside, and the idea world, which appears to us from within our own soul. We split them into those two things. Owing to the manner of our experience in the world is, for us, divided into a percept world and an idea world. Whoever regards this division as an absolute says to himself, the world is over there, I am in here. Will never be able to unite his idea world with the percept world. That's quite right. And as later philosophy, after Steiner, well articulated, reasonably well. Heidegger speaks to this, where co-relational quantum mechanics also, which Steiner's unaware of, does begin to reveal what he's saying. Is that we're not split off, actually. There is, at least to a small degree, a connection, a living cognitive living connection, co-relational connection between the object and the subject. Even without these true and deep essential faculties of sympathy that we talk about, that the Lord grants us to see the essence of things, through him, through Christ, the true world is revealed. It's not an illusion. It is an illusion, guys, but it is not that ultimately illusion. There's two principles operating. There's the evil principle and then the truth of the world revealed through Christ. We are, with Christ, we are a legitimate twofoldness. We are, our conscious being is true, right? With Christ. He divinizes humanity. So the world too has been redeemed by him and is. So it's not an illusion. Its truth is revealed through Jesus Christ, who is the divine being. How wonderful it is, man. How bloody hell. Not bloody hell, the opposite. The opposite. Anyway, the true solution of the problem is this. I look at the percept world. It is everywhere incomplete. Everywhere something is lacking. I receive an endless number of unrelated impressions. Now I myself with my whole being have come into existence out of the same universe to which this percept world also belongs. So I look into myself and I see in myself just that which the percept world lacks, namely ideas, relationships arrived at by thinking. Now, let me just pause that for a moment. Now, I'll just read this little subnote on that point we just made. In another series of lectures, From Jesus to Christ, Steiner shows how the sundering of the macrocosm and the microcosm prevent a true understanding of Christ and his work and the realization of spiritual reality. And so here's a quote by Steiner, which is on the subject we were just talking about. As long as we stand on the ground on which theologians of the 19th century actually stood, that the spiritual evolution of man or development, remember, as we know, the pathway is simply back to the Father. The true story of reality is the story of the prodigal son. It's theosis and the return from the fall. That's what this development is all about. When evolution is said, that's what it's all about. Of man is something which takes its course purely in the inner being of man, something which has, so to speak, nothing to do with the external world of the macrocosm. We cannot reach an objective understanding of Christ at all. We come to all kinds of grotesque ideas, but never to a relationship with the Christ. To the man who believes that he can reach the highest human ideal comfortable to earth development or earth evolution merely by an inner soul path through a kind of self-redemption, to him an objective relationship with Christ is impossible. Wherever the problem of the redemption of man is thought of as something that can be solved by psychology, there is no relationship to Christ. He who penetrates into cosmic mysteries soon finds that when a man believes that he can attain his highest ideal of earthly existence solely through himself, solely through his own inner development, he cuts off altogether his connection with the macrocosm. For such a man, the macrocosm stands before him as a kind of nature, and his inner soul development is something alongside of the macrocosm running parallel to it. By a connection between the two he can't find. This sundering of the microcosm and macrocosm has led man to pay but little attention to the inner soul life, even to the extent of assigning the inner soul life, as well as the outer corporeality, to the macrocosm, thus making everything subject to material. You see this as mental illness that developed in modernity, but anyway. Others, aware that there is nevertheless an inner life, have fallen gradually into abstractions concerning everything that relates to the human soul. Very true. Although I don't necessarily agree with the whole thing. Anyway. And so as we were saying, so I look into myself, I see in myself just that which the percept world lacks, namely ideas, relationships, arrived at by thinking. I must, therefore, through my own being reunite that which for me, as a result of my coming into the world, has divided itself into two parts. I gain reality by my own effort, owing to the fact of my being born as I am into the world. That which is really one appears to have branched into two parts. That given by outward perception and the world of ideas, that given by outward perception and the world of ideas. They're really one. What does that mean? The object and the subject are Christ. The essence of the subject, the essence of the object is Christ. That's what that means. And the only way to get there is not by just going into your inner being, like he was saying earlier. It's by the mystic path, the day and night path, the path of St. John of the Cross and the path of St. Bonaventura, at the same time, which is what Dionysius the Areopagite is talking about as well. So, with the conceptual theology versus the, is it apophatic? Apophatic, that no concept can describe God, or they have to be dissolved. Anyway, by living and growing and developing my being, I unite the two streams of reality. In the process of acquiring knowledge, I myself achieve reality. Again, I have to keep putting this as a side note. In the way that Steiner articulates things and of his time, it's as if you do it yourself. It doesn't work that way. As a matter of fact, I should never have attained self-consciousness had I not, by the way in which I entered the world, divided the world of ideas from the outer world of perception. But I should never find the bridge to the real world if I did not bring the ideal world, which I have separated off in myself, once more into unity with that which, without the ideal world, is no reality at all. Kant seeks reality in outer perception alone and never suspects that one half of reality is in ourselves, namely the idea world which we carry within us and which is thus detached from the reality of the external world. Footnote: Kant was aware of the world of ideas but regarded it as entirely man's creation, which he attaches to the external world for his own convenience, but which has no inherent relation to it. In this way, man creates reality. Steiner, in the philosophy of spiritual activity, shows that the world of ideas is itself a part of the objective reality of the world. In attaching it to the percept world, man does not create, but restores reality. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with all that, by the way, but we're reading Steiner. Where is that footnote? Sorry. Once this is realized, let's just start at the start of that sentence again. Kant seeks reality in outer perception alone and never suspects that one half of reality is in ourselves, namely the idea world which we carry within us and which is thus detached from the reality of the external world. Once this is realized, nominalism is completely abolished, for we are no longer spreading the forms of space and time and ideas, which we regard as mere names, over our external percepts, but in the act of knowledge we are returning to our percepts that which we separated from them on entering into our sense existence. In this way, the relation of man to the spiritual world becomes evident to us in a purely philosophical form. Whoever reads my philosophy of spiritual activity will find that it is entirely based on the theory of knowledge, which holds that for man, reality is attained by human effort in the activity of thinking. Thus, human knowledge is the gateway into the actual experience of reality. The very title of my earlier book, Truth and Science, expresses the fundamental idea that true science unites percepts with the world of ideas, and that this union is not a merely abstract process, but one that takes place in the world of actual fact. Whoever can accept these ideas and can see the union of percepts in the world of ideas as something that really happens is in a position not only to overcome Kantianism, but to find at last the solution to the problem of the development which we have followed in Western history, the problem of individuality, of human ego consciousness. It was this problem which I was really responsible for in nominalism. And although in Scholasticism of the 13th century, it produced some brilliant thinkers, they finally stood powerless before the gulf between perception and the idea world, between object and subject. Now, the way he talks about this, and I think he actually understands this, it's as if we can do it, but it's through Christ that is solved. It's all resolved by Christ and in him and by asking him. And so this human knowledge, because Christ is the perfect man. So Steiner understands this, I think, but he's articulating it in a way that suits philosophy, that suits the people he's talking to in the philosophical world. And so it's Christ, the truth about this true ground of you and your subjectiveness and the object outside is revealed by Christ to you in this process. The process of the tradition, not simply what Steiner's talking about, but the process of purification, elimination, union, and of mysticism as St. John of the Cross goes through. So now this problem of individuality brings us into the realm of ethics. In this way too, my philosophy of spiritual activity is a philosophy of reality. Just as we have shown that knowledge is not merely an act in the abstract meaning of the word, but an event related to objective reality. See, this is what we were talking about before. The knowing, he's suggesting that the knowing itself does touch reality. The cognizing, when you're looking at things and cognizing them, you're actually touching it. Heidegger gets at this too. And quantum mechanics, there's some things correlated with that, with the observer affecting the object with no physical touch. And so the result. So ethics, moral behavior, is shown to be something which the individual, as he passes through the events of his real knowledge process, experiences intuitively through his moral imagination as objectively real. Thus, there arises what is presented in the second part of my philosophy of spiritual activity as ethical individualism, which is in reality founded upon the Christ. He says impulse, but the Christ in man. But what does that mean? He's actually saying ethical individualism. What does that actually mean for us? It's not really individualism, but it is in the sense that it comes from Christ. What he's saying is that disclosing divine will, that's all it is. Following what Christ tells you to do through an epistemic principle, which means through comparing with the saints and the fathers and following fathers of the past and present, which the epistemic principle contains the truth criterion to discern when you have an intuition of truth, to discern ascending of words, is Christ. To discern you're actually following divine will leads you on an individual path, because he has a plan for each individual, doesn't he? So that's what he's saying there. But he's doing it it's a philosophical theory around it, right? But that's the truth of it, properly within the church. Anyway, although this is not expressed in the book, there it is based upon the free spiritual activity which man achieves by changing ordinary thinking into what in my book I call pure thinking. This pure thinking then raises itself to the direct experience of the spiritual world and derives from it the impulses to moral behavior. And what is that? Again, he's speaking very objectively. Of course, collaboratively with Christ, you, through prayer, as the tradition states, through purification, elimination, union, through poverty, obedience, chastity, you get impulses to moral behavior from Christ. What to do, what the way, the truth, the life, the good, the true, the beautiful. He is the good, true, and the beautiful. That's an abstract concept of Plato from he who, but it's a person that can show you the way, the truth, and grant you the life as a fact of experience, as an impulse and words, and which is revelatory action. Grace. It's a real thing you can experience through the three oaths. And so, this is due to the fact that in the spiritual activity of pure thinking, the impulse of love, which otherwise is bound up with man's physical nature, spiritualizes itself. And when the moral imagination discovers the ethical ideals as actual realities in the spiritual world, then, or angels, again, he's using philosophical language to try and get these people to understand, beings in the spiritual world, then spiritualized love becomes the power by which, that's Christ, it's a being, right? Spiritualized love becomes the power by means of which they express themselves. It was for this reason that I had to oppose the Philistinism of Kant, which exclaimed, "Duty, thou exalted name, that seekest no flattery, but demandest strict obedience." You see what I mean? We don't want that. We want sophism that we were talking about before, but we want to bow our heads, our intellect, and achieve humility and have Christ enter us. And he will convert your loves to him, and through him, and grant you the virginal zoe from the Bible, virginal energy, not bios, virginal zoe, to do the good. You just want to do it naturally, right? It's not a burden to you. It's not this, duty. No. It's Christ who ends up living and acting in you. And so, Schiller had already revolted against this Philistine idea. In the philosophy of spiritual activity, I set up in its place the transformed ego, which, having raised itself into the spiritual sphere, there begins to love virtue and practices it because in its own individual being, it loves it, which is basically what I just said, right? So I set up in this place a transformed ego, which really means the transformed empirical self is ennobled. Remember, Christ ennobles us. We don't cut it off like the yogis, because we'd be abandoning the mission here, right? Christ is the only Son of God and divine. He's divinized humanity. And so we have to ennoble our empirical self, the transformed empirical self, ennobled, which having raised itself up, it says itself, right? But it's raised up with Christ. Again, he does this, and I think he understands this, itself into the spiritual sphere, there begins to love virtue and practices it because in its own individual being, it loves it. That's what we want, isn't it? That's what we want, and Christ gives it to us. Thank God. Thank God for that. It's not this Puritanism, it's not this burden. It's this purified love. It's this purified self, little by little. And then through our effort too, it's effort and grace, little by little, do we move up, and things get easier, It's like blowing up a balloon. It gets easier as you blow the balloon up. But also the Lord gives you forces. You fail a bit, and you gain a bit. But also in the loving, you pray for it too. You pray for hope. Pray for hope is a force too. It's illumination. Hope is illumination. Purification, illumination, union accounts to faith, hope, and love. Love, these are things that are granted to you. Pray for them during the process, right? You pray for all these things at the same time as you do the practices. Anyway, so thus we have a real world content, what for Kant remained always only a content of faith, postulative faith. At least it's a faith though. We've gone beyond postulative faith. We're digressing. We're not digressing, we are digressing, but we're descending. We're descending into subnature. This is subnature, it's subnature. AI is subnature. It's sub this. It's not postulative faith. It's descending into a reflective, dead, third region below the middle in between that we are and we're supposed to operate from. It's definitely demonic. And then begins love virtue. Thus, for Kant, knowledge is a matter of abstract theory. For the philosophy of spiritual activity, it is something real, an actual process. In the same way too, the higher morality is bound up with a reality to which pragmatists like Windelband and Rickert never attain. And you could add to all the American pragmatists and utilitarians and English ones now, because they do not see the moral values are rooted in world reality. The essence of reality is moral, friends. And if you look to the depths of things, if you do the practices, you quickly discover that through Christ. And so, naturally, but being careful not to go this dry way, that it's through the tradition. You got to be careful with, And we've talked enough about the errors of Steiner. He's a noble soul. So naturally, those who do not regard the process of knowledge as a real process are quite incapable of finding an anchorage for morality in the sense world and arrive at no philosophy of reality at all. The basic philosophical principles of what I am presenting as spiritual science I have, in fact, drawn from the actual history of Western philosophical development. I've tried to show the Cistercian father was not mistaken in what way an attempt must be made by means of a spiritual knowing or a spiritual science, and depth Christianity should do this, not a separate thing. It's the church and thinkers and Christians, or what Tomberg calls Christian Hermeticism should do, which is nothing more than depth Christianity, which the St. John of the Cross, the depth aspect of the church, that's it. And so to introduce into our present age of natural science the elements of scholasticism that deal with the nature of reality, I've laid special stress upon the transformation of the human soul and upon the necessity of it being really filled with the Christ, even, he says impulse, but the Christ, even in its thought life. The life of knowledge has been shown to be a real factor in world evolution, which takes place entirely on the stage of human consciousness, as I set out in my book, Goethe's World Outlook. But this, which takes place on the stage of human consciousness, is at the same time a cosmic happening, a real event in world history. Moreover, it is just this event that carries forward towards its fulfillment the world of ourselves within it. In this way, the problem of knowledge acquires an entirely new aspect. Our daily experience becomes a real factor in our spiritual psychic development, and it proceeds out of what we call knowledge. Just as a magnet works on a group of iron filings, forming them into patterns which we recognize as the result of the action of the magnet on the filings, so that which is reflected in us as knowledge is at the same time a formative principle in us, and working upon us, and enabling us to recognize the immortal, the eternal in ourselves. No longer does the problem of knowledge present itself to us as merely formal. How then ought the problem of knowledge to be stated? Kant and his followers always state it thus: how does man come to see within him a picture of the outer world? But the primary reason for the existence of thinking is not that it should make pictures of the outer world, but that it should bring to full development our being, which is futural from the Lord. That's what we should be led to, that Christ and then Him leads our becoming towards Him from the future, beginning in parallel, moving towards theosis and union. That's my addition. That it portrays to us the outer world is a secondary process. That it portrays to us the outer world is a secondary process. That's true. In the same way, the fact that the outer world, we join together by our knowledge, that which our birth, that which by our birth we have divided into two parts, is also a secondary process. The modern attitude to the problem of knowledge is exactly as though a man who wished to study the true nature of the principle of growth in wheat or some other crop on his land was to proceed to study the food value of the wheat. It is of course useful to be an expert in food values, but the understanding of the process of growth in the wheat from the ear right back to the root and further still will never be known through the chemistry of food values. That only investigates something which is an accomplishment of the actual continuous stream of growth which is present in the wheat plant. In the same way, there exists in us a stream of spiritual growth which is present in us as a force and is related to our being, just as the stream of growth in the plant from the root through the stem and the leaf to the flower and the fruit, and then back again to the seed and the root. And just as the fact that we eat it can never afford a true explanation of the actual nature of the principle of growth in the plant, so the question of the practical knowledge value of that which lives in us as an evolutionary impulse must not be made the basis of a philosophy of knowledge. Rather, it must become clear to us that what is called knowledge in ordinary life is only a secondary effect of the working of thought on man's being. Thus, we arrive at the reality that is inherent in thinking. It is an activity that is at work within us. The falsehood of nominalism and Kantianism arose only because they stated the problem of knowledge in the same way as a man might try to stake the problem of the essential nature of wheat from the point of view of the science of food values. Once we realize all that Tomism can be for our time and for our modern age, and that its revival must spring out of its great achievement in the Middle Ages, then we shall see in spiritual science Tomism in its 20th century form, spiritual knowing. But again, he separated it from the church, but quite rightly what he's saying here is true, is that the thought should continue, but within the church, and so, where it belongs. So spiritual science will appear as the true revival of Tomism. This throws light on the problem of our attitude to those who say modern philosophy must return to Thomas Aquinas and he must be studied, possibly with a few critical explanations and so forth, just as he wrote in the 13th century. We can distinguish clearly between the point of view which honestly and sincerely places itself in the stream of the evolution of thought, which flowed from Scholasticism, and that which places itself in the 13th century, overlooking everything which has taken place in the evolution of humanity in Europe since that time. I will not begin to discuss here the question where Tomism is really to be found. It would be like discussing the question as to whether the rose which I have before me would be better understood if I were to disregard the flower and only dig in the ground and examine the roots, overlooking the fact that something has sprung already from the roots, or if I were to examine all that has sprung from those roots. I will leave you to answer that question yourselves. We have, however, before us two points of view, that which announces itself as a revival of Tomism, just as it was in the 13th century, and that which desires to keep abreast of the evolution of Western Europe. We must put to ourselves the question, in which of these does Tomism really live in the world of today? answer it by another question. What was Thomas Aquinas' own attitude to the problem before him at that time? The problem of the revelation content of religion. He sought to find the right thought relationship to it. Our need today is to find the right thought relationship to the scientifically revealed content of nature. In this, we cannot be held up by dogmatic theory. As I wrote 30 years ago, we must overcome dogmatism in empirical science today, just as much as, on the other hand, we must overcome dogmatism in revealed religion. You can see his combat with certain people in the church there. We must consider anew in a completely factual way the spiritual psychic content of man, the thought world which receives into itself the transforming, he says, Christ principle, that Christ. Again, these terms, he's talking to philosophical types, in order that, even if he isn't, and it should be that. So, transforming Christ in order that, through Christ in us, that is, see, he does get it. In our thought world, we may discover again the spiritual world as a fact of experience. The kingdom of heaven is within. Friends, are we to rest content with leaving our thought world alone at the level to which the fall of man has brought it? He gets it, man, in that sense. Shall man's thought world have no part in human redemption? There's only one thing that can redeem thought, and that is the bowing of it. Oh, okay, we did only go half an hour more. That's good. And that's the bowing of thought to the Lord Christ. It's the bowing of the intellect. And a lot of people would have trouble with that initially, but you have to do it. It's a slow process. You put the intellect at complete service to Him and His divine revelatory action, His divine will, divine impulses, as is put by Starter, though through the tradition. Anyway, through the church. But in the 13th century, no place could be found in the thought world for the principle of Christian redemption, and therefore the thought world was regarded as quite apart from the world of revelation. The future advance of mankind will be realized by discovering the principle and the being of redemption, not only for the outer world, but also for human reason. Yes, Christ has to come completely into us, into our judging faculty, like we talked about earlier today. It's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. In all parts of the human being. He's the perfect man and God. The unredeemed human reason could never raise itself into the Spirit. That's true. And only ever does by His grace. It is only the redeemed human reason which possesses the true relationship to Christ that can win its way into the world of spirit. To enter the kingdom of the Spirit is this way. In this way is the Christianity of, he says, the 20th century. But it must be a Christianity strong enough to penetrate to the very core of human thinking and human soul experience. This is not pantheism, nor any of those things in the score of which spiritual science is calumniated. It is genuine Christianity. You can see from this study of the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas, even if in certain instances it has been necessary to digress into the realm of the abstract, with what serious spiritual science is concerned with, which should be the depth aspect of the church. I know I've already said that like 50 times. Shouldn't be split off from the church. Concerned with the problems of the West and how it will always take its stand on the ground of the present age and on no other, whatever attacks may be brought against it. These lectures have been given in order to demonstrate that one of the peaks of European spiritual evolution is manifest, or I'd say development, in the Scholasticism of the 13th century, one of the peaks. And that this present age has every reason to study this period, and will discover that there is an endless amount to be learned from it. This is especially so in what we must call, in the full sense of the words, the deepening of our thought life. And so that we may completely abandon nominalism and experience the permeation of our thought life by Christ. That will be a Christianity which will lead us to the Spirit being, from whom, after all, man must be derived. Christianity that will lead us to that Spirit being, from whom, after all, man must have derived his being. God, Christ. For if man is quite honest and sincere with himself, nothing else can satisfy him but the consciousness of his own spiritual science. Spiritual origin. Spiritual origin. But his own spiritual origin. And I would say, well, nothing can satisfy you but your own origin in Christ, but Christ himself. Nothing will ever properly satisfy you. The lukewarmness will always be lukewarm. You'll always have a yearning, and then you end up searching for it in the world until you get close to death and you left it too long. Nothing will satisfy you. Wow, very interesting. Very interesting book. That's the last lecture. There's an epilogue, but we're going to finish our reading there for today. That was the third lecture in Redemption of Thinking. We'll continue and pick up this epilogue next time. There's probably enough. Oh no, I reckon we probably might finish that next time, in the sense of that's how long it is. Yeah, wow. So a lot of themes there, and a lot of things we were already discussing. And you can see how he starts with philosophical principles and talking in a very 20th century way about them, and then comes to the truth of the matter, saying who it is. But you've got to be really careful when you're considering these things to properly frame it and understand it, because then if you go in with the wrong frame, you go in with thinking that you do things, you end up like the yogi, and that's bad. And you involve yourself too much in that you can bring this about of your own steam, and the Lord waits for you to get out of that mode, and you learn it over time. So Tom Berg fixes that. The errors that in Steiner's presentation does Tom Berg fix, as a Christian hermeticist, but also he's a Catholic. As we talk about, get his book, both Lazarus Come Forth and his Meditations on the Tarot, which is, I think that's been talked about on Pajot's program before, but we recommend that, of course. Incredible. Get Way of the Pilgrim as well. Get Unseen Warfare. These are important books, and important for your journey towards Christ and protection on that journey. And so Unknown Friend says, I wish I could stay for the boat ride, but I got to go. Godspeed, Scott and chat. Thank you, Unknown Friend, for tuning in to Unknown Friend. All right, let's make our way down make our way around the rest of this beautiful park, and then to our boat ride. We'll see how I feel once we get there, but let's see what time it's going and arrives once we get there. A good tea is apple, Twinings, ginger apple. Very good. Oh, that's good, man. Okay. guess I can put that somewhere. All right, friends, let's get moving. There we are. There we are. Okay. Let me go on my shoulder for a bit. Think over all we've been talking about as we go for a little walk. And we'll see what comes to me. Look at these beautiful cockatoos. You see him up there. Maybe you can't see. Very pretty. Okay. Okay. Continue our little expedition into the old botanical gardens. Get everything? Yeah, we got everything. So peaceful for this, even though it's very populated. Wow. Look at that, hey? That is magic. Just magic. If we don't come back to Christ, this is all going to go, man. The money to provide for it, it's all going to fall away. In terms of the parklands, the harmony. You even see statues, right? The classical statues. There's a very old impulse coming from Greece that is dying, friends, because it still sends from Greek metaphysics, because it still sends originally from Luciferic revelations, from as ennobling as philosophy is and can be, it's dying, and its only redemption is in Christ, and a true impulse, in a true connection with Him. Can we be an ingression from the true new, from outside, from the eternal? Is this still working? Yes, it is. Good. Only from Him. There's no other solution to getting life back. They're all very dangerous and dark, but there's no, it was dangerous, yet we still made it work. There's none of that. No. It's dangerous and then ultimately lead to death and destruction. They all reap a whirlwind and a bad one. We want to sow the wind of Christ and reap the whirlwind of His love. The statement also makes sense in a reverse way. Or else there won't be harmony for very long. It's just that those conditions took a long time to build and were greatly influenced by Christ, but these other impulses, these other pushes from dark spiritual beings, as we see in the events currently we're seeing, will win out unless more people come into union with Him and disclose His divine will, where they can be certain they're following divine will, and it is divine will, and they're being led by Him, and that's possible. That's possible, my friends. Let's look at that. Incredible. Let's go down the hill. It all seems friendly here. It all seems friendly, doesn't it? It is, but brewing beneath the surface are the seeds of great conflict. Only way out. I mean that because we're seeing that in England, where certain populations are getting higher. Conflict of people. Ecumenism thinks we all worship the same religion. No. There's one truth. There's one truth of Christ. And when you put all these things together, they seem okay on the outside for a long while in liberalism, while the mechanistic state gets greater and greater in its pushing to try to keep these impulses of the real things that are governing affairs, the things beneath the surface that are governing affairs. The technocratic state will keep that suppressed for a long time, but as we're seeing with social media, especially being freed, it has its other side. And but you're seeing actually the impulse people to crack down rather than actually do what needs to be done. They're just like, oh, didn't Pam Bondi talk about something about hate speech? Isn't that supposed to be the right-wing side? Isn't that supposed to be based, this new based government? No. These people aren't connected with the solution. They're not. The only thing that's going to save the situation is divine will. And even if everything goes bad in a material sense, you can be led to do the best thing or best person you could possibly be in your life through Him. And there's nothing greater, friends, than that certainty that you know you're following divine will, but the certainty that what I have done in the past time that I've been following it, there's nothing else I should have been doing. There's no second guessing then, that I should have done this, I should have done that. It's all just necessity of the past, which happens anyway when He frees you from the resentments and whatnot of the past. There's nothing greater than knowing that, no, I asked and that is the best thing I could be doing. The settling of that is of following divine will, of aligning yourself with His will and figuring out how to do that. The certainty of that is incredible. It takes a long time though, as faith grows in you as well, because then you wonder, but what if this, what if that? The rational mind, before it's dissolved and before it bows itself to Him in the unconscious, before it properly bows itself, which takes time and transformation from Christ, before it bows itself. How wonderful. Why don't you go back on the front for a bit? There we go. The atmos is nice, isn't it? Just the atmosphere of the sound. It's not too loud. It's not too quiet either. But it's just that peaceful background noise of people in enjoyment. Although again, there can be lukewarmness in that. There are times when you need complete. You have to get away from people, in a sense that all of the trips I go on are about that. You don't want to be around people. But of course, community is an important part of the religion, but it can also be That's why withdrawal is so important. It can also be part of the danger. We are contagions to each other at the same time, in a good way and a bad way. And so, you know, Christ, what is the quote from the Bible, that he'll turns father against mother, mother against father, in the sense that that old will to power, that old low morality, going towards the true morality earns you enemies, right? And there was a good video actually by a Catholic gentleman, I think Catholic man, or it's good. I can't remember what his name is, an Irish fella. I think people that are in the Catholic sphere would know him. He was just talking about the Pope, and he was saying that the Pope went and had some interview and said, I don't want to polarize. I don't want to polarize or take one side. And this chap said, I don't want to comment on what clergy necessarily say, I would rather agree with what he's saying, in that when you follow divine will, that itself is a position. Because this idea that you don't want to polarize, what happens is you end up in liberalism, which is a position in itself. You end up in the middle, which which the demon, the golden calf, wants, right? And so the truth is that he's polarizing to both the left and the right, but it's not. That also the center. Christ is polarizing to the left, the right, and liberalism. Communism, liberalism, mustache manism. It should be polarizing to all of them. And so, let's say a divine will would lead us back to a theocratic Christian monarchy. That's not mustache manism. That's initiates. That's people following true divine will. Say a monarch gets a bunch of the very monastics who are very close mystically to Christ from Mount Athos, and they're his advisors on what to do. For instance, if he can't himself come into union, gets a bunch of the greatest, say, great schism monastics to come. And I'm sure if that was divine will, they would happily do that. Often we see great saints who go away and then come back into the world. Oh, we might go up here, actually. And then come back into the world. And so that is going to be polarizing. It's the most polarizing position to follow divine will. And you're going to piss off both, but not in a centrist way. You might not even piss off the right wing, let's say. They might like it and go, actually, you know, they're kind of right about that. Christian monarch, not mustache man modernism. They'll come around, let's say. So you don't fall into this trick of liberalism, of this. It's the false, what it is the false synthesis. The trick, the devil, is to say, I don't want to polarize. I'm just going to negotiate a middle position. It's the lukewarm liberalism. It's the false synthesis of mixed up colors. It's the false, it's halfway between, you know, in the color spectrum, as an analogy. In the color spectrum, it's not information from the white point. When you unite all colors together, you get a synthesis, right? It's halfway between green and blue. Green and blue. Halfway between, or red and blue. There's another type of synthesis which is utter chaos. Another type of synthesis which is utter chaos in black. That's just a weird, strange mix. And we know where that synthesis is. You see it on that flag. You know the flag I'm talking about. But that, oh, here's Government House here. There it is. The seat of power, the former seat of power of the British Empire. Pretty cool looking. But So in this, I don't want to polarize is a trick because it's based on the material. It's not about polarizing. Forget that. Go up on the vertical to the white point, to him and he, because he is the future, not of the past and the present, as we were talking about earlier. He's the future, will guide you what to do, and it will make enemies everywhere. It will not be a negotiated, lukewarm compromise. Compromise is the false synthesis we're talking about here. That's got to go. Christ doesn't compromise. He is a polarizing, but he's his own pole. There is no left and right wing, but it's equally not liberalism. It's equally not the center. It's equally not negotiation. There's no negotiation. You can't negotiate with, in a sense, there is no negotiation in the long term. There is no negotiation with what Christ has planned. It's already, he's the future. It's just awaiting, sooner or later, it'll be a collective apocalypse if you don't go to an individual apocalypse, if you don't make the apocalypse of your own will to power and face that individually. He's already achieved the victory. So, yeah, but anyway, I think the point's made there with the colour theory. And so unfortunately, it seems, and this was not even was Catholic, a Catholic channel, and a very thoughtful person too, talking about it, and his view was the same, but we do see a bit more theoretically in that. We might walk actually back the way we came. How beautiful is it, friends? Theoretically expanded what the problem truly is there and why Christ as the future, he is the end of time, right? So he is a synthesis, he is that white point in a sense when you're thinking temporally about why that he polarizes everything because he's the future. Is that he's not going to, but that doesn't mean he's going to be some liberal. He also polarizes against the lukewarm middle. Both the, careful kid, both the lukewarm, Christ polarizes against the middle, the left and right. That's the key. I mean, polarizing it means that, but anyway, I've made my point. I think I've made my point. So, yeah. How nice is that though? Incredible. Just incredible. I'd like to take this streams of Scotland. That would be, unfortunately, a bit too expensive, a bit too far away for the moment, but one day, we shall go and visit those highlands on those railways. I don't know how good the signal would be, but I'd love to go live from there and wander about. Look at that, hey? Incredible. Maybe we should give you guys a bit longer a look at it. Yeah. Hear the trees. Let's check the old stream, see, make sure it's still coming through. Seems to be. Oh no, the colour went. Ah, damn, that old problem has come back. Sorry about that. How long did we last with it though? Oh no. Thanks for telling me, guys. Wow, okay, oh, well, it was just for this walk, it seems. Damn. That sucks. Well, we'll reset. Sorry about that. Should be back now. Well, it's feckless, isn't it? And where else is that evidenced? It's evidenced in the South Korean Prime Minister. You could say that he had the right idea, but when you don't, I mean, what he probably truly needed was he needs to know it's divine will, for one. He needs to know it's divine will. And so why is he sweating in front of camera when he had taken the step to take action? Because he didn't have contact with that. He didn't have a group of, monastics from Mount Athos who could reassure him from an actual divine authority. Didn't have any source of authority with him. Because when you're out on your own, either you suffer the inflation of Mustache Man, or you suffer the opposite of that, which Jung talks about, which is the inferiority complex, either inflation or inferiority complex, which they're both weirdly kind of the same thing. Weirdly kind of the same thing.
Just can you continue moving forward to the waiting area? Just make a group for our distance, please.
Changed my mind. Too many people on this. Let's continue our walk. Go to another harbourside joint. So we did a ferry last week anyway. All right. Where shall we go? Maybe the observatory or under the bridge. So what are we talking about? We're talking about Christ. We're talking about the lack of authority from a monarch without an emperor and the different types of authority. The lack of impulse. And that's the reason why the South Korean was just sweating on the podium. Sweating on the podium when he took power. Just making sure this is still working. Sorry, friends. Look at some boats. Should be working. Yeah, it's on. Sorry, everyone. Just let me refresh this and make sure it's still working. David Lower Dash says, "Yeah, looks live. It is, friend. Yes, it's working. Good. Onward." Yeah, no ferry today. Too many people. Onward we shall go. Yeah, so without authority, the truth is actually established through we learn the truth of the surface, the truth of material through science. We don't deny those facts as we talk about. But the truth of the essence of things, where true authority comes from as well, is from the divine, is from the Lord. And so you can see that again, I know I'm probably repeating myself here, but it might have cut off. You can see in the South Korean, you can see it's possible to have that impulse to if it was guided by, if it's sanctioned, only if it's sanctioned can the empirical subject, especially in this age, because he was possessed by higher order organisms and bad ones too. Like Alexander was like a man possessed. This was before Christ though, so it's a different scenario now. And so the ego in its development is quite weak without any type of authority, without sanction, without faith and real contact with the divine being who is Christ. He is too weak to take that ultimate authority. And that's why the moves won't be made by a Trump. Fundamentally, he's weak too. We're social beings, and without Christ, we sort of get our validation from social sources. And you see that in Trump, how he was always watching the news to see. He's definitely really narcissistic. He's done a lot of good things too, but as a person, the man really wants to be admired. That's quite natural for men to be. It's actually quite feminine to be wanting to be admired in the eyes of others. But the will to power, will to macht, of wanting to be admired in your own eyes, that's the masculine one. That's the masculine version of that type of thing. Men hunt, women set traps, and the Nimrodic hunter and his desire to advance at the expense of others, and that gatherer, the desire to trap and hold on to at the expense of others, has to be redeemed and transformed into the will to service. The will to service of an actual authority higher than man. And without that, you get the situation of the South Korean Prime Minister. It doesn't have it has either inferiority complex or, as with Mustache Man, inflation and possession. That's not to say that one day that won't be justified, that one day that won't be sanctioned. Crusades were sanctioned. But it's not your decision, it's not my decision, it's not because of your own desires to save things. It's all about your subservience to his divine will. He makes the decision, not you. Not you because of your prejudices here. That doesn't mean it won't be right for that sanction to happen. It just can't be, you need to be objective so you can ask. And remember, Moses appealed to the Lord. Appealed to him on behalf of his people. Lord, strike me down rather than striking down the people behind me. The Lord's a person, remember, he cares. And so, if you go towards his divine will, he'll put your people to a good use. Considering they actually follow you, which in this age is a bit different. Because for them it was more in the blood. So here we are, this is the rocks. This is an old part of the colony. Old part of the colony. Where just you can see here, terrace houses is where people lived. Shipbuilders and that sort of thing. It's all retail now. It's all worships at the altar of mercantile brands. There's still a touch of what has been and the history in it, but that's what I do like about the Victorian age, the number of when the building, the year of when the building was built is on there still. That's one good thing. I don't bother with that anymore. Because you know why they don't bother with that anymore? Because who would keep it? They deep down know that their building is going to get torn down, their glass monstrosity is going to get torn down. At least they put some effort into, as I've talked about before, there's something quite wonderful with a proper top-down movement. And one of that actually is the pilgrimage that's going on at the moment. This idea of going on pilgrimage for 2025, that's a great thing. Another great thing is the Neo-Gothic as a thing across the British Empire. Was pretty much a top-down movement, at least influenced by royalty. Because there was a deep reaction in Victorian man, and you see this in Tennyson, deep reaction against the death that was the Victorian age, the death and materialism of that age, which was spurred on by Newton, and which William Blake well articulates in his artwork. Although, when we look at William Blake, I see there's a person that people like Ian McGilchrist has had on, that William Blake was a visionary. That doesn't mean it's true. Some of his metaphysical pondering is close and interesting, but he didn't purify himself. And so there's a lot of Luciferic revelation. Just because it's visionary and you see things, doesn't mean it's true. And in William Blake's case, as beautiful as a lot of the work is and the world he invented as well, even Jung said this, that a lot of it is fancy. And another way of putting that is a lot of it is Luciferic revelation. A lot of it is Luciferic revelation. This feels a bit like New York with the steel, with that Meccano style steel of the Victorian age. That feels very New York here and pretty, if you like that sort of thing. Again, like I said earlier, it's kind of nice about what they did with New York is that some of the larger buildings are still in a decent style. Either even Art Deco's not so bad. Some of that Roosevelt building, was it Roosevelt? No, it was not Roosevelt. It was, I don't know, one of those rich Americans. Shouldn't speak too well about it because they pretty much ruined everything. Ruined everything. Many noble Americans do exist, but in large, it was wow, participated in a real, and Steiner articulates this very well and very fair, that it's pragmatism, which was well articulated, and its idea of freedom being that of a materialistic freedom, liberalism, and even the conservative version, whatever it might be, it's all about on the material plane. It's on the horizontal, not the vertical. That's the issue. Whereas at least the French, it was kind of a lofty ideal, even though it had its own disgusting, murderous impulse that ended up, it was a false ideal for them. At least it was an ideal. In America, you get the deepest, and that stems from England too. There is another impulse in England, though. You do see that with some of the idealists. But you see this impulse in England and in the Victorians in their spiritualism. Their spiritualism is purely looking for evidence with the scientific method of the surface sense, objects moving. And you even see this still now. What's his name? Sheldrake? Rather than actually going through this process like a Steiner would, like Thomberg and like a Christian mystic would, and seeing it for themselves, it's sort of looking for some sort of quantitative investigation, which is something that can't be, because it's always not a majority of people. It's completely consistent and generalized across those that reach the depths within the church. That's true. But, like we said, there can't be a spiritual science in that way, because you have to actually morally purify yourself, and that is not going to be for everyone until, the end. Once it's everyone, it's the apocalypse, right? It's or after it. And so we walk along. It's funny jumping into little bits of people's conversations and little snapshots of people's lives. Person getting married here. Oh, that's good, he's Christian, that's good. People getting married here, people doing this here, people relaxing here. Here we are on a former live stream, we were on the other side. But now we are here. But what we're saying, Spiritism. The same, it's not the whole mentality, it's almost the exoteric mentality is expressed in that Anglo-Americanism. And I think that's improving. I think there's a movement where this is going to invert, as long as we protect it from the false spirituality, the Luciferic and satanic spirituality that you see emerging with paganism. The former who have been robbed of their true destiny, the true providential purpose by that materialistic movement of the Victorian age, and now all moving towards, or realizing that the ground of authority, the ground of truth is divine. Is divine. Is divine. But the tendency was with that Anglo-American, you see it in how spiritualism expressed itself, running experiments, card games, Blavatsky, although she wasn't Anglo. But you see it in trying to have this research, the psychical research division, this sort of running the experiments of the surface senses. Just like you see it in the pragmatism, just like you see it in the utilitarianism, so too do they try to apply it and look for things on the surface, rather than trying to find the kingdom of heaven within at the time. I think that's inverting now, thankfully. Thankfully, because we see it's not so much happening on the continent. If people like Sebastian, what's his name, Morello are to be believed, that it's mostly this turn back to Christ is mostly although hopefully they don't do it in a pragmatic way, as I see some people are, in a pragmatic way, thinking I'll just do it because it's a terrible, ridiculous and false approach to, I'll do it because this is the procedure that seems to work best. I'm going to optimize my life by going to the church. Bless you, but hopefully through the process you're converted to seeing that no, he's the ground of truth, and some are. Like we just saw there is a person, I think he's a technologist, and he, what's his name? Jordan Hall. He's someone that was a technologist, and no, he completely recognized that no, it's the ground of truth that is him. It's not some pragmatic approach. It's not some religion is not a religion. It's not that. It's a discovery and a deep. Do you think people like Steiner, with all the time they spent, do you think all the sages and saints got it wrong all this time? All the people of depth have told us all this time that it's true. That it's true. And even people of deep philosophical merit like Steiner also showed that if you just put the time in, and as I say, don't take my word for it. Not that new atheists or pragmatists watch this stream, but some pagan types do, I think. You can prove this for yourself, friends. Just do the practices I talk about, and he'll show himself. The emptiness you're experiencing in the neo-paganism, trust me, man, you can radiate. He'll radiate through you. A Christian walks into a room and his sufficiency is in the divine being that is Christ. He doesn't need a polemic. He doesn't need a will to power to spur on his energy. He walks into a room and the love radiates because he's blessing people, because it comes from within. His energy has no sufficiency somewhere else. His energy is not self-sufficient, or there is no self-sufficiency. There is a Christ sufficiency though, outside time, from virginal nature. From virginal nature. Here we are, coming under the massive harbour bridge. And some old foundations here of times gone by. Former officers' quarters. The officer quarters was constructed in 1857 for domestic accommodation. The first occupant was Captain Ward, a Royal Engineer and Deputy Master at the Sydney branch of the Royal Mint. Interesting. I guess you can have a look if you want. Yeah. Interesting. Not that interesting, to be fair. That is the trouble with the surface historical view, is that you can actually get to the essence of historical things. How? By asking him. It's as complicated as one seeks to, as complicated as expanding these things, and they need to be, the answer obviously is very simple. But when you just say that, people don't, oh, it's Christ, just turn to Christ. But it's way more complicated than that. But the truth is, that is the answer. And so the most basic of the raw, deeply devout believer is actually the state that we seek. It's just a fact that, while for some it might be postulated, well, actually through this process we really interact with divine beings. We don't just consider it, but so do raw believers, really. But the truth of the mystic of the depth world is, it's not just a postulated thing. We don't just believe, we actually interact with these beings. Of course, and Christ, right? We seek that, to understand, not just be a drunkard mystic. We need to also understand what we do. Look at St. John of the Cross. He writes, he poetically articulates his experience in beautiful, ennobled words, and then very thoughtfully unpacked, very thoughtful. That is the union of intellect and spirit, you know, it's, and so, but yeah, we seek to, and all of us can do this if we put the time in, The massiveness of the building and all the city, all the bluster of Ville Zermatt, all the bluster of the construction of the modern age and the massiveness, none of it impresses him. What's true is that a grain of, what is it, the quote, a grain of sand, a grain of faith is sufficient to move mountains. The question is, have we spent enough time going towards him for that to move a mountain? And it can't be of our arbitrary will. The whole point of this is a union of divine and our will. Your kingdom come, your will be done. Lord, allow my will, which languishes after your will, to align with your will. Lord, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, and then something that is his will, that you know that his will, in prayer, right? That's what the apostles did, right? It's bringing the will into union with his, but that's a process, a long process. It can be done, it doesn't take that much time, especially in this age, friends, with all the distraction and the demons that are invading the church, as we see with that pilgrimage that just happened, demons. Clearly that's a principality, a demon principality, distributed cognition, a demon. Although I don't want to talk about that, actually. I'm just getting an intuition not to talk about that. But not for self-preservation or anything, but I don't know, just getting it's something I haven't contemplated, so I shouldn't just rush to judgment on it. What time is it? What time have we got here? 4:36. All right, I guess we'll maybe end the stream soon. Or we'll just walk back. You guys can enjoy, and I'll see what I come up with on the way back to where we're going. But beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful, isn't it? It's the fastest way back here. So I'll just walk in the street. All right. Chill out, friends. I'll see what comes to me. We didn't get to the ferry ride, but that's right, we did one last week if you want to see one. Look at the stream on, well, we were talking about the first 3 Beatitudes. Today we explored at the start of the day what happens to the soul, what's transformed by the first 3 Beatitudes, as that describes the transformation to the feeling soul, the thinking soul, and the willing soul, the transformation of, what does that mean? Well, you could also call it the sentient soul, which allows us to actually interact with the world at all. You could also, the feeling soul, you could call the heart, and the limbs is the willing soul, and the head is the thought soul. These are symbols and analogies that help get a sense of what these things are. And the intellectual soul, or the rational soul, which judges, is in a state of judging, which is the head soul. And the transformation all happens in this through the first Beatitude, which speaks to blessed are the poor in spirit. The blessed are the poor in spirit. The blessed are the poor in spirit. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. These are 2 directions. One is the direction to the 0 point. The other, of course, is what occurs after you've begin to withdraw and purify yourself, and slowly withdrawing the will from the world and trying to put your wish through your voluntary wish towards Him. Your voluntary wish first, and love first. And then, of course, the second Beatitude, blessed are those who mourn. This speaks to inspiration. This speaks to mourning, first a holy mourning, and then they're comforted. And what happens in that inspiration, but the comforting is divine inspiration, is from outside your being. And what does that transform? It transforms this feeling soul, this sentient soul, little by little, which becomes transformed into a righteousness soul. The feeling is harmonized by Christ. The soul is through inspiration, little by little. And what is that also? Every inspiration is a becoming, is on the road to the full intuition, the full becoming and transformation. The final intuition is a resurrection from Him that the saints experience with union. And so every little inspiration that's received is a slow transformation of your being leading to that final intuition. Not everyone has vision, not everyone has inspiration, but they all lead to that in the end. They all lead to that. And so you can see in that how that mourning and that comfort, because it's to do with feeling, you're becoming a little bit empty. You're empty, and then in that moral, there's a moral vacuum, which is filled by Him. Filled by Him. And transforms care transforms your value hierarchy in philosophical terms. He does, through every inspiration. A bit of jazz going on there. The hero of Waterloo. Nelson, I guess. Shouldn't it be called the Nelson? Maybe not. But blessed are those who mourn. But from there, from becoming poor in spirit, from bowing the intellect to Him, leads to also a collaboration with the unconscious, with Him. Also, of course, with purification and the epistemic principle, keeping in truth, praying for truth too, seeking He who is truth, then the rational soul, the thought is converted, like we talked about earlier today, is converted into through conscience, you're collaborating, you make contact with He who is conscience, and little by little, this judgment of mercy, this judgment from essence, here's a church here, this judgment from essence of your thoughts and low judgments that come from prejudices of past and present, and Christ reforms Him through you, little by little. Well, what is this? It's nothing more than what we talk about with practicing in the morning, by rejecting the thoughts. Obedience comes from the tradition, but also through discerning divine will. And you do that every morning in the practice, because what more could He want from you than to promise to strive to do better than your best, a little bit better than your current best, because that is becoming, isn't it? And another thing can you not watch with me for an hour? Make time for Him. We're all too busy to make time. What could be more important? What could be more important than that, than Him? That's where you're going. It's where you're going. And as we said this morning, I wonder if I should go up to that observatory. Maybe. Okay, yeah, we will. It's a nice view from there. We're going to go up there, just up there. And, what does that lead to? Little by little, you're collaborating with the unconscious, you're in parallel, and then you're moving towards union at the same time, aren't you? And then, as we talked about, the transformation that the three first Beatitudes lead to in the middle three is, the final one, which is the consciousness soul, which is when the will, what's that? It's the will being transformed, not just the feeling, not just thought, but it becomes a conscience soul. This conscience, which is Him, which yours has been objectivized, you've been listening to its judgments rather than your prejudiced judgments which is what our judgments are without Christ. Only a true judgment is made miraculously as an ingression from Him. That's true conscience. Ingression from outside. And so, through that long process, then it leads to transformation of the will. And the will Zermacht, because the will is in the world, makes being presence in its dead, low way as it does for us in modernity. And thankfully, little by little, the way that world, well, we get to drink from the river that flows out of Eden. We get to drink from it in its life-giving, freeing, illuminating hope. We get to drink from it in its flowing love, but energizing and serenely cleansing, opening you to a glorious future that is simply not possible when burdened by the weaknesses and the mistakes and the old revelations that still hang over from paganism, that still hang over from metaphysics, that still hang over from then. Released of that, so you can experience those true waters from Eden, flowing out of Eden. The false joy is removed, so you can find the joy that's expressed by Revelation when it talks about a bit of observatory there, friends, when it talks about the crystalline waters, the frozen waters of peace, not the torrent coming out of the dragon's mouth into the woman. That's the low waters of joy. That's the corrupted waters that aren't discerned, that we can easily fall into. That's the false Holy Spirit. That's not the waters I'm talking about. I tried to express to you in a way that how the waters feel. This serenity, celestial gravity and intrinsic value, these are expressions that, well, you come to realize when you experience for the first time, as the saints talk about. You know it once you experience it. You have to experience it in the depths of your prayers and practices, and then through an understanding of what that is, can you then, with that pattern, let's say, use it to ask a question and discern. But in our age, with vitalism, with the distractions of that and the paganism, the threat of false joy, the threat of false spiritual experience is always looming to try to ruin an authentic and true and clean and pure, eternal guidance from Christ and his hierarchies. That is a threat. It's, as people are well wary of, and quite rightly, really. People are wary of revelation. People are wary of this. That's why I talk so heavily about the epistemic principle. They should be, because we got misled in a massive way in the summer of love and the 70s and the invasion of Easternisms. We got misled by the East into falsity. It's not an illusion, it's partly an illusion, as I've talked about many times. Wow, look at that, man, look at it. Just look at it. Wow. If only more people could know. They can. Now especially, more people than ever have, maybe not boomers, they probably lost, but maybe not. More people than ever, because of everything that happened, because of demons over, there's great hope, there's great tragedy in modernity and everything out here. Just people don't know the kind of glory that they could be in touch with. They don't know, unfortunately. And but there's great hope in that, and that there's some possibilities with the recognition of people saw the reactionary impulse can be guided in the right direction. And there's a reactionary impulse of just simply people who realized probably last election that demons are operating just in what people are doing, mutilating themselves, mutilating their bodies. Thankfully, the demons overstretched a little there. And so I think more than ever, there's a greater impulse, more not impulse, there's a greater amount of people who could come to put the time in and be led away from the gods they currently worship, that most of us, well, I did formerly as well, is that without realizing it, people worship another god. They worship Yilzamat, capital, whatever it might be, idols. Idols aren't just icons. Idols are concepts, but also concepts, as we learn today, concepts can also be, what's this shit? Concepts can also be icons. Thought can become an icon. So not only can an idol be some statue, it can also be an ideology, is an idol that gets in the way. Also your worship of capital or whatever you're seeking fundamentally can be an idol that has to be sacrificed and re-ingested, like we re-ingest the bull, don't we? We eat the bull, the gold, that's transvaluation. By eating the gold, re-ingesting it because it's been invested in the world and something wrong and some false god. They're everywhere. False gods are everywhere. You can re-ingest it through, called concentration, through prayer. Dissolve that idol. But equally, like we were saying, thought, as what are we doing now? We're articulating thought. We're expanding on depth understanding of the spirit, depth Christianity, you could call it. That, don't let anything I say become I'm just going to listen to him and not go see for myself. That would be making what I'm saying a idol. Same with people like Valentin Tomberg. Do not turn things that we're talking about into literary study where you just systematize and just, a lot of people do this. They just systematize, they create channels on esotericism or whatever, and it becomes, oh wow, you can actually go in the observatory today. I guess you have to pay though, if you want to do that. Pretty cool though. Observatory. Whoops. Let's just go in. Might get away with it for a while. Have a look. What was I saying? Yeah, don't be like one of these people who just systematizes. The whole purpose of everything we're talking about is to start prayer life. Depth, prayer life, action. It should, like, the Bible is a gospel, a good spell, the truth imbued. It does more than just prepare. It actually gives you impulses. Incredible, just like the Jesus prayer. And the Way of the Pilgrim talks about this. All these people who would read the Bible daily, it transforms them simply of its own sacred, miraculous it is. But you don't, all this thinking, this depth thinking, like I said, don't let it become an idol. Don't become one of these collectors of literature, of esotericisms or whatnot. even of theology. Don't get too lost. Faith isn't knowledge. Knowledge can be a preparation. Faith isn't knowledge. It's given in grace, but through your moral effort in prayer and concentration. Without effort in prayer, the Jesus prayer, primarily it's prayer. Everything we're saying is to get started with prayer. Practically. Don't let things become idols. Don't replace faith, hope, and love, the way, the truth, and the life, and what could be your evident mystic fact of experience with Christ. Don't replace that with some knowledge. Don't replace that with learning all the Spurg theology. Theology is important. I shouldn't call it Spurg theology, but don't replace reading. If you've got enough time to read, you've got enough time to pray, man. That's more important. You do both, but that's more important. Your real relationship with him is more important. And wow, friends, we're coming at the Sydney Observatory, where it is a place to look at the stars. Let it be a symbol for an icon. Let the observatory be a symbol for a lens and an icon where you can look towards and then eventually touch the true source that is Christ. Don't let it be a lens cap. Don't let it be a lens cap, let it be an icon. An icon helps you go to further and further direct and true experiences of his divine realities. The kingdom of heaven is at hand, friends. Get started. Go pray. I'll see you next week for another stream. And this, it's time to say goodbye in this beautiful period location. I've wanted to come in here for a while. I've never visited before, but another Victorian structure. I'd say that's Regency style. But how beautiful. On this eve, I'm going to go home. And I'll probably do some prayers, and I hope you do too. I'll check the messages now, just in case people wanted to send stuff, but I'm about to switch off, friends. Right as we reach 5 o'clock, so we went for 5 hours, like we said. Good. Okay, no messages today. But that's a good finish. That was good. I'll see you next week, friends. Maybe for a lecture, but I think we still have more work to do on that. The lecture's going to be on the difference between pagan theories like the Avatar theory and why that's not Christ. It's also simply why that is not revelation, why the things, where they actually come from, where the sources are of this religious material is. Not true eternal. There's a clue. But I'll see you next week, everyone. God bless you. And that's it. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. Bye for now. Bye for now.